Alright, seem to start these pretty often with so and or alright. That's a drinking game. See how many that I've already published that have that as my beginning of what I say. Alright. But we're going to talk about the rotary 12 axle that I talked about in one of my previous videos. As this, so you're 5 to 4, then to 6. So it's a good way to put this is fifth dimensional into a fourth dimension into the sixth dimension. So it's taking a fifth static into a fourth dimension movement to a sixth dimension new static point. It does it with a V-like movement, but a V because there has to be a rod attached inside of this thing. Alright? Yeah. What I didn't talk about is the top parts here have this rotating, counter-rotating, two sides with these waves, bumps, and then helical grooves cut into the rod. At the top, allow for it to spin. Now, granted, at the wrist head, of course, near really, there's an internal versus the external, which is the gear thing. So it's a part of the same thing, but it just extends it, the internal axle, but it itself doesn't spin. The piston head doesn't spin. Alright, just so you know, it's not having to spin. That stays static. That part moves. You get the picture. Well, a good way to put this for the ball bearing, it's more of a lanterns. If you ever see DC Comics? Well, they have a ball, and then there's two cones that go from the top into the ball, and then from the ball at the bottom, flaring out, right? And if you shape it the right way, with the right gears on it, blah, 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 it doesn't matter. Point is, there has to be a shaft in there, right? Well, yeah. But there has to also have a connection point to that allows for this to rotate appropriately as it goes to the girdle grooves, and you get the picture where it's I explained the top one first because it's the top one's effectively the same as this one. While it does go up a little bit, and it does go back down, and it does move just a slight amount, but not really ever to its position of view. What does is the piston rod. The piston rod internally, of course, goes up and it goes down. Perfectly within its always the same point in position. It never rotates. It goes up and down straight. It transfers really well. It's up and down movement to those gears. Now, it's how do you describe that to someone? Not very easy. You know what I mean? It's pretty difficult to kind of immediately grasp that. But I do. And so it's how do I explain that a lot better to someone? It's there's a spinny gear inside of this ring, kind of diagonal rotating gear that then shifts from being this, diagonal kind of almost flat, and then it goes from that to being a slightly different, right, because there are wave bumps that are on this axle in the center. So think there's an axle, perfect tube center, it's hollow on the inside, all that. But then there are bumpy waves on that have gear teeth attached to the waves. And then there's a girdle outside, and this has to support that with three main gears that are not worm or log gears, but of course these other ring gears that have to have an outside and an inside gear teeth thing. It's why would you do that? Because it's it's more like a plate / it's not really a plate. more of a donut because it's round and it has to have, of course, the outside, right, with the bearing gear ball thing, which goes into the girdle groove, which holds it and allows for it to rotate, because these gears here, they rotate slowly, but they spin quite quickly, to the axle gear that's in the center. So there's axle gears in the center, alright, but that has these 3 points, because I didn't want to use a whole bunch of freaking multitude of layers of plates and bearings, and it just became really annoying. It's like, it's not very efficient, you know, it's like a bunch of planetary gears, friction everywhere, it's just not very good. So it's like, this is a way to remove the vast majority of weight, friction, and the number of bearings and gears I must have. Because I have these 3, because I couldn't get it done as easily without balancing issues and shit like that. With those 3, without a whole bunch of these plates and you know, so on. But if I had one moon gear, that's all I need. One gear that always has the same facing direction as it travels around. That's why I call it a moon gear. So I think Earth and then moon rotates, and we always see the same side, right? It's in lockstep. And it's like, but to its view, it's spinning, of course, because it's the moon. It also spins, of course, right? And it's like, the reason why I did that is because with far fewer parts than you think, although this one's pretty much the same thing, if I'm being honest, you know, it's like same weight, same amount of friction, same amount of all this stuff. So it's like, you know what I mean? Anyways, it allows for that to move inside and outside while extending the like little helical up and down. Now, you have to understand the reason why I use, like, it's pretty much always straight is because, while to us it might seem like it's moving, internally it's never been anything other than a perfectly straight tube, even though the outside looks like it's not doing that. And so that allows for it with the others, because it's a 4-pack with 3, but it's actually technically firing 6, but of course this is an opposed piston now rotary. And so while it does have a longer stroke, 1 singular inch to its bore, and it's a 7.2 liter rotary 12, and it's got coolant that runs through it and a pump, and you know, it's no oil is going to get into the bottom of that cylinder. It allows for it to, it's still going to burn some oil, it's what it is. I can't remove all of that. And for what it's also worth, in my previous video before that one that I explained all this, anyway, moving on, it has a shutdown sequence where it sucks out any extra oil that might be near that bottom, you know, plate area, which is not the girdle. Okay, I have a girdle, yes, but it's not the plate. Of course, you have to have a bottom there. It's not just like with headers. You can only put on headers. No, there has to be a bottom. And of course, these are the rocket exhaust injectors. So like, these are, that's why I call them rocket injectors. They inject rocket exhaust into the cylinder, and then it simply just exhausts, okay? So it's like, that will work just fine. It has no need anymore for anything other than a sliding ring valve that's cooled anyways, because it has coolant and fluid, lubrication fluid, running for it to allow for it to act like a bearing, and it has a rod that spins it. The whole thing is good to go. Same thing with the crankshaft at the top, because the rod that has to, you know, to the axle, anyways, doesn't matter. The axle itself is hollow in the center, and so that can, it doesn't matter. Please listen to that whole thing before this one. all of it's covered in there. I just want to explain the axle crankshaft, I guess, that this is. Because what I'm talking about is the crankshaft, the double crankshaft, effectively, that combines into one. Because, like, you can't get around the fact that that top has to have a crankshaft that has to add its power into the main crankshaft where you're actually going to use that. Okay? Personally, I find that it much easier to immediately start installing into vehicles kind of design than if I were to try and stick this, several like gears to the counter rotating part, right, and then have that combined at the top and the center to then combine into a singular transmission, because that would be annoying to have to deal with. And they're not tied, they're not in step, in tandem anymore. So I don't like that. If one fails, it doesn't really ever truly have the work of a effectively twice the distance of stroke that it normally would have, because there's two pistons going on, but both power from the outward bound and the inward bound stroke, because it's one stroke because rocket injectors are there. And you only have to bleed out a certain amount of the given exhaust, and that can be dynamically changed to allow for a greater degree of heat and pressure to be maintained, and only let a certain amount of exhaust, rocket exhaust from the ejector, come in to maintain consistent high torque values, because that, once filled, acts like a rebound spring. Alright, so it's like it has pressure, and then it's gonna have that go back towards it from the pressure that was outside or inside, and I need to add a certain amount, and I can change that amount dynamically and increase it depending on the amount of bleed, which is why it's more like a Lemke cycle one stroke. It's not a scavenge anymore. It's a full one stroke, both sides. It's not I made a one stroke because both sides are two stroke scavenge. None of that's happening. It's just exhausting. That kind of thing. Yeah, I know. It's cool stuff, okay? But it's like, I wanted to talk about this because it's like, people probably maybe didn't grasp what I was doing with this bearing, and gearing combo for the inside of the girdle that allows for these other bearing gear things to rotate slowly around with that pack of 3, which also helps to add to when you actually get a power stroke. But anyways, that heads, the tops and bottom of each one of those go in during that pack of 3, and it rotates. But as I said in that video, I can do a in altogether, and then out altogether, then in altogether, then out altogether. And since it's 3 times 12, 36. Now, it does have a slight harmonic imbalance as a result of that. Yes, I do need a couple more gears and a change of some of the mechanisms inside, but it's doable. And I decided against it because it's so much more torque now that it's stupid to do. Like, actually really dumb to do that. There aren't, technically speaking, any gears that will survive this. Technically. I go with technically because I can dramatically reduce the amount of pressures I use and have much more exhaust come out and be able to basically hit the very extremist ends of our current material design that we can do and achieve. Or you can decide we're going to run with hydraulic fluid that rotates in a kind of like a figure eight-ish pattern. Instead of needing to worry about all of this compressive load and torsion and everything, the fluid simply spins stuff and it captures it very efficiently as a result of that. And at that point, if you're going to do that anyways, you might as well just make the turbine thing that I have on in that video that I state, where it starts off with a small higher pressure, which is a slight change now, instead of that one which, keeps it even, right? Same, but it's just a larger, so it goes from a smaller to a medium to a larger blade. But it's very even, like it's think about it like it's a straight cylinder, right? Doesn't go from small to large, no funnel, all that, right? This one's different. This one would go from small to slightly get larger towards the end. It will then curve out and still has that little suctioning, with the tubes in between that allow for it to go towards the other end. And because it's wider and with the extra little stators and increased, flow by having Venturi effect and some wings and some, dimples and channels, all that, you get the picture on that side. Same thing with the little skipper boundary layer reducer effects for like these little T's with wings that have little suction areas, so like they're basically just holes. For being really honest, they're just holes inside the channel area, but what that means is it produces, as it goes over, it has momentum of the gas flow, skips off the top, and then it allows for it to travel faster, because for it, it's like a hydrofoil, so there's less of this in the tube that it's actually hitting at any given time, but because it has these little spins, as they spin and then skip in, and then they spin and skip in, but as it does that, it transfers its pressure of that vortice into the much faster flowing, as a pump effectively, gas in the center. Well, the boundary layer has now been reduced and has very little resistance once it gets warm and it starts flowing. So it's like initially it's not a large flow. It's not going to be much better, but of course you tailor it to the speeds of the gases flowing through and the overhangs and skips to allow for that. Anyways, this, once it gets up and going, for this turbine, it will then allow for it to pass on that savings into the faster flowing core. Of course, that wants to expand, but it also sucks. So it's like it's faster flowing, but then it wants to expand, and then it hits, and so like that's a resonant frequency pump. It's an acoustic pump. Alright, so it takes heat to do this and achieve this, but less heat is given to the inside of the tube. Alright, and that produces a greater degree of vacuum anyways once it gets into those little holes, which transfer the idea of there being a vacuum there that it wants to draw forward and skips off. You get the picture. Anyways, it's a fairly efficient way of doing things. It uses the heat and the flow to effectively make it do the faster flow, lower friction boundary layer effect inside of the tube. That's in between the blades, of course, and there are these stators, and so since stators have to be there and they have to have it curve over from at the top in back down, and there are channels and these skips, and I want more torque, and so I need to make a vacuum behind the blade, and that way it'll try and curve back down, but to get in there, and of course it has to skip and it take a certain amount because not everything's going to go off and do that perfectly, and that's high pressure anyways, and then it flows through the little into the rear. Anyways, that goes from smaller diameter to a larger diameter, then that makes it easier to bend, effectively turn it like a Peltier at that point, but then it looks like a Jules Thompson because it goes from small to large, but then it goes from that version of a small back to a larger at the front, and then it does it again to the largest part. Now it's longer. Okay, this one's not big, fat, wide, bro. Like the other one that's just a straight pipe. But that was built specifically for that kind of like an engine bay area that's meant for that. You know what I mean? This one's not. It's just sort of meant to be ubiquitous, make it super efficient, compact. But it's the reason why I'm doing this is because it goes from a high pressure, pretty darn efficient, 35, maybe 40%, to a medium pressure, 35, maybe 40%, to a low pressure, 35, maybe 40%. Every step of the way, and then it'll go into a catalytic converter or something else, which is only there to capture along with the internal parts, because there has to be a heat exchange, there has to be some degree of vacuum, it has to be, so it's like I have to cool this. So I have cooling, no worries. I also have from that heat capture, because it has to burn, it has to compress, it has to go in. It's not like a steam engine where I make a burn effect chamber over there and then I capture it. This goes in and then it starts the burn process as it heads back towards the center. That's its initial, but it's attached to an axle that of course is more like a diamond in this instance, so it goes from a inward and then it has like a pointy nose that then squeezes up against the sides, and then that has a internal plate that goes to its version of the axle and the hub there, and that spins that, like a centrifugal, but it's like a circle. So it's like that circle gets bifurcated. So the outside has half of that going inwards towards the first part, okay, and then the rear has the other half, both at the top and bottom, get bifurcated towards the top in this instance, top and bottom, in between the exhaust, which is off to the side. Anyways, why off to the side? You'll see it in a second. Trust me, this thing is kind of annoying. Once it gets up to a large volume, like it has to just exhaust. Like there's not enough pressure for that to be anything, and this still has to have that give a good amount of torque for these blades to still be able to allow for it, and they're very long. So it's like they're not just like very, diameter wise here from the center long, they're also long diagonal, like lengthwise. So it's like they have to go quite long and wide and fat to be able to actually capture a decent amount of the air pressure and velocity into usable, worthwhile torque. And they also have to have a vacuum in the right areas, and so near perfect, really. There is a vacuum, so it's like it has to have that to be there to be able to produce a rotation effect. You know what I mean? But in this instance, the vacuum also helps turn things. I'm not going to get into that one. Mostly because it's like that also helps not just turn the blades that are already turning, because there has to be a version of a counter rotation to help with this, with the vacuum in between. So like the first one's the standard, like it's all one piece, but the top has to be a counter rotation to allow for that vacuum effect in between the blades to be there, and then the final one has to have an entirely different counter rotation effect, because it's like you need efficiency, and it's like medium pressure doesn't get great efficiency unless you can counter rotate it and reduce these wingtip vortices, which are of course captured anyways. Right, because you have the stators there. Yeah. So anyways, think about it this way: donut, and then I pack another donut, on top of that, but that's an inward kind of style donut, which is a tube. So it's like I have to pack a whole bunch of tubes, screwed it, but then it's like that's a right because it has to have hollow like an exhaust manifold, but then that goes over to the rear, but then that also goes okay, right, and then same thing because that's for its version. While static, still needs to have fluid flow for the medium and then that and it all has to get cooled correctly. You know what I mean? You don't want it to literally overheat and melt. Even if I am using ceramics, even if I am using these higher temperature metals, I want it to actually not be ridiculously expensive to manufacture. So it's like, instead of this being a whole bunch of very high-tech, high-temperature metals, these are a combo metal with active cooling. Okay, which helps because I'm capturing that heat in a waste heat generator anyways, and then I still have the catalytic converter. I'm going to talk briefly about the counter-rotating blades, which are elongated because blades have to pass through each other, so it looks like a twin scroll that passes through each other. Kind of a thing with these elongated blades is there's tolerances there that allow for that to be just fine, with stators that allow for, of course, that type of effect to be produced, which increase the degree of vacuuming. Instead of up to down, it's more of a diagonal rotating vortex thing that then eventually produces a vacuum that is, of course, pressured on two different fronts. So it's like you have to imagine things crossing through each other, but with there being a very tight tolerance gap with a aligning, there's an A, it's not an I. So anyways, aligning stator that helps make sure it doesn't have incorrect torsions, and with the heat that is there, expansions and pressure differentials that create it either to snap, to bend, expand, so on, that allows for this effect to be very efficient. Alright, anyways, it still has to have cooling, so it has the internals, of course, right, that allow for flow. Now, instead of capillary, these are another version of the Badger layer things that go through and then use a from the center out approach. As it rotates, it has to gain some degree of heat and inertia, and since convection still exists and rotation is still happening, and I need the lubrication of bearings and gears here to allow for this, then it makes total sense to just make a hydraulic fluid that's fairly lightweight, meaning less dense than water, that's good at being able to absorb heat and flow very well while still be lubricating. So then I have the waste heat generator. You already know about the exhaust going into a diaphragm around, with the piezoelectric and other air coming in and helping cool that as well. And then the, volumetric changing as it condenses. Of course, it'll try and flow faster, but I want it to condense, but also be recirculating in that condensed state and actually act like a version of a active noise canceling, meaning destructive wave style interference. Alright, and then standard that also after the fact, and then that combo in this instance is constructive wave, and then it creates a much larger but still comparatively lower decibel and lower frequency sound, but it still has some of those higher frequencies in it and those medium frequencies, and the whole thing also has the lower frequencies. So it's like, but doing that, because there's heat here and there's still pressure moving, and you are moving in a vehicle, which helps add in like the Bernoulli-Venturi effect, it allows for, with the heat and the exchange and the adding of that airflow into this chamber at the end, electricity. Okay, that goes to, of course, the torque converter coupler setup with an electric motor slash electric generator. So, like, for anyone that's out there that knows about my electrostatic, electromagnetic, kinetic, and momentum amplifying motor, bunch of mouthfuls, truthfully. I've been wanting to, like, really quickly reduce this, but it's a real hard one because it's basically the kinetic accelerator, but it's like, you mean inertial accelerator? Yeah, inertial accelerator, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, no. Inertial accelerator, that's like in voltage. So it's like, you know how the field effect, it has a magnetic field and there's a bunch of windings, on a rod, right? And it's like, depending on how many windings you get, that's the extra volts, right? Well, kind of a similar thing, but like this one's more of an electrostatic from eddy current, but also electromagnetic. So it's like, it's a good way to put this. So it takes the electromagnetic, and then there's an eddy current that wants to go through into a linear accelerator with a kinetic actual like thing there that is spike waving. So it goes boom and hits the thing. And if you do that correctly with that electromagnetic field, all right, which has to pass through, and that's where the electrostatic is, like a capacitor. And so that attracts it and then dumps it and then sends it through any electrostatic, and then it recirculates. But it's like it can't do that because it's already moving forward, so it's technically static. The whole thing with resonant frequency boundary, it doesn't matter. Point is, as it goes through, it is like an impact hit. It's like an impact wrench. That's why I kept saying like an impact driver, impact wrench. But then electricity still has to do something, okay? Because there's still electricity there. And that's why I call it like, it's like a high voltage DC, but it's not. So it's like, it amplifies voltage, except that voltage didn't get amplified. It get technically stored. As it oscillates this eddy current, it switches it off as it's going in every time the direction it's supposed to. If you resonate that with the repulse and attractive force, then it sees a static point where it has a big resistance, except it's not moving anyways, technically, at that moment. You know what I mean? Kind of. It's like, it's a real short little, but it's not technically even seen thing, because it's like, oh, I have an eddy current, it's being resisted, except actually now, and so it's like, that got redirected. That resistance isn't really there. That resistance to the opposing direction of force is now felt as a absorption. So it's like that opposing got turned into eddy current, which then got sent into an impact spike wave hit. And so it's like when you oscillate that and resonate it from outside but also inside, but then that kind of a thing. So it's like there's the counter rotation, which then gets sucked and soaked kinetically and then placed back in. So it's the outside, so it's like that counter rotation got sucked into the outside, which then got sent in to, you get it, yeah. Right, anyways, but that's the plate. So this plate, which also has an axle version, so it's like a tube version. Radial is apparently what they go with, not axle, which is such a weird one, because it's like, it looks like an axle. I keep saying this. It literally looks like an axle, but they call it a radial. I don't understand this. I feel like they named this incorrectly. It's doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But you just don't understand it initially intuitively, Because like they're talking about the radius of the tube, and I'm like, okay, what about the radius of the fucking goddamn axle motor? So like throw that one out of there for that explanation. It doesn't matter. Point is, it's a radial axial flux. Except the radial and the axle both squeeze in. Okay, so it's like they go from a given size of diameter, but then of course while that does squeeze in, okay, there are packs there that have to do that, and so there are layers. And so I used what is essentially a PCB layering technique to make this far easier. So they slide on a PCB kind of like rod, and it's just like a layered kind of PCB. Then that's basically a rod. It doesn't really matter to me because it's a flat piece. It's got the you know material design strength, you know, to be able to handle that. So it's like, but as a result, it means I can make it closer. I can put holes through it, and I can have air cooling be there. But that's because there's a bunch of hollow tubes. Effectively, it's Swiss cheese because like you need to be able to have field effects, yeah, and eddy current things and so on with all this other. There's a hydraulic. Well, it's not really hydraulic. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Listen to that video and you may understand it a little bit more as a baser concept because there are several ways to do this. And so like the way I posited it to people was a really cheap, fast, you can immediately probably build this yourself by doing that kind of design. And it takes in other electromagnetic and electrostatic field effects that are around us. And so it's going to, the faster you go through, is what someone wanted to say, like the more you get, but it's not technically true. It's more at that point heat. It's taking heat from the air moving through it, and that friction because it's kinetic. So it's aligning a kinetic moment into that direction. Once it gets up and going, it aligns kinetic. So it takes out heat, and it comes and puts it into that degree of rotational effect. And that's just thermal, acoustic, geometric with like, it's a good way to phrase that one better. So it's like, take a given geometric 3D shape. And it's like, when you heat up one side and it vibrates over here, and you heat up, but you're not, technically speaking, over here. But it's like, it will feel this vibration, and to us it'll look like it got turned into kinetic over here, of course, heat transfer. But if you do it the right way, and you add in a just slight degree of continuation of motion, it starts changing how it compresses in a different three-dimensional axis. And so then it will rotate that given spring-like moment back into the direction of travel. And it only works once you can start a little bit of travel in that direction, and then it'll turn itself on, and it'll get a greater degree of that sent back in. There is still loss. I don't say there is not loss. I still say every time there's loss. Every time. Like, information quantumly traveling through any material, even a vacuum, has loss. So stop it. But for us, it'll seem like it got colder. To it did not. It got warmer in the direction of travel, and it became much more resistive towards the direction of travel that it's going to be warmer in. And so it's colder, the direction of travel we want it to be heading, and so it becomes a Stirling kind of like design where it will bleed its energy. But of course, there's a kind of like a spring, so compressible fluid, and it elongates and it reduces its heat as a result of that, because it, of course, spent energy making it move that way as a field and aligning that field to act as a given thrust, which isn't really thrust, but it's whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, well, energy had to go and it went outwardly, as there are also electromagnetic fields, and of course it then gets sent backwards because of course that's a recirculating fluid spring thing, but then of course there are fields with electrostatic and a repulsive electromagnetic design, so I don't use magnets. But of course there are coil windings, of course there is the fluid, of course there is the right shape of that housing. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you should it's a fast video anyways. Although I was still I was hiking. One of the few moments that I had, like, my feet not hurting, and I wanted to really push myself, and so I was actually going up a much steeper part of the trail that is there, that turned into nearly, I swear, like a cliff, because I descended down that later, and I didn't record that, but I basically did a couple of butt scoots and several moments where I had to use my hands, kind of crab walk almost to get down, because it's like, leaning forwards, kind of, but I have, I can make it work. Going down is a whole different story. So it's like balancing that one was. Anyways, moving on. The reason why I'm talking about that is because it's like, well, that as a turbine is relatively small, relatively compact. Like, a good way to put it would be a 1 foot by 1 foot. Okay, but it's like, it's gonna look a lot different for its given area of how it is it captures everything. So it's like, we really only have one area here that's doing the majority of, well, combustion. It's combustion. That's all it is. But during its moment from outside, where its radius is, down inwards, and it's already compressed anyways, because that's more like a super turbo type of thing, because that coolant goes through. This one's a little different. So it's like, it goes from a outside to in, and then spins, and it's attached to a standard, like, gearing setup, and it's like that venerator, and then it'll eventually disconnect, and then that fluid is the outside fluid. Okay, but it has to have a separation. I don't want it to get hot from that fluid. Although the heat's not really, like, stupid, it's just that I don't want it to lose that kind of efficiency, right? And so if it goes from its outside, where it's going to go out, and then it goes through this, I need it to do it very efficiently and with enough vacuuming, meaning insulation in between where it is, and transfer that to its rotation, which is much more like a supercharger. But because the exhaust has such a long period of time, because what we're talking about is that's the exhaust. The exhaust will then travel from that rear point to forward, and then out back to its rear. And that's a whole bunch of turbine pressure difference captures. And every step of the way, I'm cooling it depending on where we're at, different amounts. And depending on, again, where we're at, we have different components with different heat survivability design characteristics for the materials there. So it's like a little stronger on that heat resistant ceramic and in the center part. A little less so, but a little thicker for the middle, and then I need even less of that by the time you get to the outside, right? And so you think there's no need for these stators. Well, now that they're definitely necessary just for the vacuum and all the rest for those, because they're fairly thin even if they are long and curved with all the kind of like bending steel, gets it stiffer, right? But of course there's ceramic around. Anyways, point is, I have to have the fluid transfer somehow, so it's like they're hollow. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyways, you get it, and like that will go and curve back towards that, and there's the insulation and those little boundary layer characteristic reductions, so faster flow, and since that's captured by the exhaust spinning that and giving it that pressure, that's like a turbo, you know. Because that's kind of how a turbo works. A turbo is a turbine that's spinning that is then attached to an axle that has a compressor. There's the compressor. It's a jet engine, sort of technically, not really though, if you really look at that, even though I have a compressor, and it's kind of like a Brayton cycle sort of a thing. It's a jet engine, but it's more of a turbine because it's not going to produce thrust from the exhaust. That's why a turbine works as a turbine and a jet engine works as a jet engine. Jet engines produce thrust. That's how you move. This produces a large amount of rotational torque inertia for the given pressures, and it captures it very efficiently and then transfers it. Because of course it goes from that outside off to one area for your catalytic conversion and so on for the reduction of sound muffler system, and there still needs to be an axle there, which is why we have a torque converter coupler thing, because that's a lot easier to not have that heat get transferred through a vacuum-like design system that allows for it to rotate more efficiently, alright, with less moving parts and less heat transferred, and it can be cooled, of course, with a hydraulic fluid that's coming off of, you guessed it, the waste heat generator radiator for that hydraulic fluid. The reason why I'm talking about it is from all the way in the beginning when I started this whole thing of describing that, was because if you wanted to go to the point of having a 1 and then 2 and then 1 and then 2 setup of a rotary engine as a 7.2 liter engine, which by the way, a pack of 4 where 3 go off, but it's technically 6 that is going off if it was just up and down, and yet those are your 2 combustion, but that's no longer the case anymore, because of course you have the opposed, so the outside of that 3, which is now doubled, and then the inside of that 3 is now also going off. And so it's like, while you have 3 going off for the inside, you'll have 6 going off for the outside, a total of 9 going off every time. Which 3, while they might, let's say it was 1 liter, and the outsides with all this, whatever it was, you get 0.8 of the liter. Well, there's 2.8 liters, so it's 1.6. And it's 1 stroke, anyways. And that's a pack of 4 where you have 3 go off. Alright. Now you're going to not do that. You're going to have all 7.2 liter inside, then all 7.2 liter outsides, which isn't really 7.2 liters on the outside, but because it's doubled, then that's what you get. And so it's 0.8. So we'll do that calculation because I have a phone and it has a calculator on it, so let's just say it was 0.8, because it's likelier to be at 1.8. So it's like 7.2 times 0.8, which is 5.76, times 2, which is 11.52 liters, looking like almost, roughly speaking, going off in a very powerful kind of way. It's like, well, a little tiny turbine here will give you pretty much the same thing with less fuel use too, and you don't need as much up and down because the conservation of momentum is then added in because it constantly rotates instead of up and down, up and down, up, and it has to slow at that moment in time, and it makes it less efficient to the slowdown, and then it has to speed up. No longer really needs to do that, and so it can constantly keep going. So it can, and that's what turbine, they're typically balanced for very high RPM, right? Well, now I have more RPM off of a design like that, but I also use less fuel, and it can come in with a ram air, cooling, all that stuff, sort of thing, as it's getting condensed with the acoustic, and then it's getting sucked in as well, and also rammed in. So it's like, let's think about it this way: there's a funnel, and then there's an outside funnel to that funnel, and then there's stators in between. And remember I talked about my last hydro turbine, and how I said, you can't really use this for the rocket injectors because they're too small. They're not very efficient if you try and do anything like that at those small scales. Although, if you only wanted it in a stressed, meaning pressurized environment, then it becomes much more efficient, and you're not really trying to have it overcome certain losses or whatever. Anyways, point is, this similar sort of thing. It's the hydro turbine rocket injector sort of, heat reduction vacuum condenser spin, vortex thing. Jules, you get the picture like what I was talking about for that other video. So it's like, think about it like pump goes up, it then has pressure at the top, it then vortexes, and through that vortex, because if you look at the guy's video, that's the genius bladeless turbine thing, for rivers, it's like, right, but it then has fluid flowing in a constant circle. And if you do that correctly with the correct other little vortex areas, cones effectively, that divert it off, and then there's others around it, you get another faster flowing vortex, and then you can have all those little inside points become another type of vacuum. Because, of course, there's a larger area, alright, that starts with a vacuum. And then you open up a valve as you pump water up, and then it sustains itself based upon heat exchanges in a pump with boundary layer buoyancy reduction characteristics, because of course heat's produced by having it rotate on the sidewalls of the vortex, and of course that heat then gets transferred over to the pumps, pumping it up tube to the head reservoir area. So it's like, if you think about it like that, then you can think about this sort of a similar type of thing for the ram air. As it rams in air, it flushes out with vortexes, heat that then go off to the sides and have to get cooled somewhere. But it's like, I don't want that actually. Like, I don't need it. I already have a cooled, chilled air, and I'm accelerating it. I just want it to be more efficient to be pumped in to where my compressor already is, because I'm rotating it anyways. Instead of that one just being useful as a one pump design that is very efficient at what it does, because it only needs one pump to become a chiller. There is a heat exchanger. Yes. Elsewhere, it's just using regular atmosphere pressure water. No lower pressure. Sorry. It has an active pump. I'm not really sorry. It's a sarcastic sorry. They do that here in America a lot. You have to get used to that. Anyways, there's the heat exchanger, but that heat exchanger, of course, because it's hot, it's a version of a Joule-Thomson. From small to medium to large, it has buoyancy as it creates, of course, a phase change in trying to do that. Alright? Because there's pressure over here where it condensed and it flowed faster. It then tries to use that with the vacuum and a pump at the top to create its own version of a phase change, as a lower pressure was already introduced, but not really, because of course it doesn't technically exist. It's now where vapor lives. It's because there's never a moment where it's not all one atmosphere. Bingo, you got it. But it's all learning relativistics for speeds, pressures. Relative to this, it is. Relative to that, it is. Blah, 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 blah. Put it this way. You are traveling nearly the speed of light to something in our universe, our observable universe, and its angle to you, for its circle, wherever it is, for its influence and its surface and so on, and you are traveling that fast to it. Even though we don't look that way to us, because everything's pretty much traveling the same speed here. But it's like that changes pressures, that changes heats, that changes in blue and or red shifts things comparatively to that yada 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 stuff. Well, guess what? Pressures do the same thing. And so do materials, yada yada yada. Heat exchanger, air goes through that way, separate it. Now it's a pump. It's not a very strong pump. I don't really need it to be very strong. It's really gravity that's doing a large good amount of the work here. Right? Yeah. Anyways, there is introduced a lower pressure zone, but then, of course, the lower pressure zone isn't really there. There's a valve. So, it is only opened once. There is enough speed and pressure by water. I want to move off of this. I literally do. I fucking don't care what the hell you think. The pressure is maintained at 1 atmosphere. So move on. Ugh. Same thing here to, of course, the turbine. Okay, the turbine, I want it to condense at that ram air, and of course, it's traveling much faster, and we want that because then it curves inwards, traveling faster, and gets much more compressed. Massively more compressed. Like, a ridiculously larger amount of compression is going on there. Even though it's getting compressed initially and then it folds itself in. Why is it going towards the back? I need to know. I really have got to know. So you're fine. You're fine. That is a bifurcation arrangement for heat, for the vortexing produced. It's like, I'm doing it over there, and I'm doing it over here. Oh. Okay. Well, I thought it was going to get sucked into the rear. I used to have that design. It's still a very good design. I still have that design. It's the one with the car on it. It's beautiful pictures. You should look it up. Beautiful picture. You should honestly listen to that, because that's another hiking adventure that I talk also about some helicopters and other stuff in it as well, for some of the other recordings that came out literally I record it same day, so as fast as I can put a picture on it, make it into a video through my voice record software that I use, which is Easy Voice Recorder. And it might be on several of the videos here, so if you don't know what I'm recording with, that's what it is. I had money at one point, and I paid for the pro version. So there you go. I think it was my very actual first or second to my actual first real app that I paid for. Because advertisements were a bit rough. Moving on. That vortex, that creates more because it's hot and it's flowing, and then if I do the right things, it creates a vacuum-like effect that helps suck in more air. There's a degree of vibration, of course, which also helps take heat away, and also force air to travel faster during this. And so I get a greater degree of compression, but of course I need it to recirculate somewhat. Okay, which is why this is separated with a separate style of that shroud. So it's like these shrouds are hollow. That's what? Yeah, no, but of course the inside we want that. The outside, which is the hollow area, okay, think about it like that. That we don't want. That's hot. But we need it to be not technically there. And so there's a vacuum in between the actual hollow area. So you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like, and that's why it's getting bifurcated. And that goes off to where? I never did describe that, did I? No. And it's like, yeah, no, I didn't. Because somebody interrupted me and said some shit. I'm gonna move off of that. So we got so where the fuck did I put this again? Oh right, the recirculate diaphragm. There we go. It's like, okay, yeah. It's like diaphragm undulation. You know, like the exhaust where the bell end is? You know, and then that helps pump air faster in. Sort of a similar thing. You know, diaphragm pumps air in. That's just a bunch of actuators and resonant frequencies between pressure differences, any given compressible fluid, which is the air. So it's like that helps pump air in, creates the vortex, so on. As it expands out that way, this is already going to have air and fuel burn with heat, and so there's extra, but then you're also rotating, not in any way, you're rolling forward, which isn't really true. You're rolling, but you're not rolling. Can you stop trying to use the R? You interrupt so many times. I am making the wheels turn faster because of a rotation generated. There, you got rotation back. In the turbine is spinning, of course, and all of that's captured. And now there's a degree of loss, sure, I don't care. Especially since like the post piston without, by the way, all of them going off between center and outside, which is still balanced enough to be just fine doing that. Will produce, without that, all at once stuff, 50,000 foot-pounds of torque. At ridiculously low RPM, by the way. Right? And so it's like, all of that just massively increases the torque. Because it's the equivalent to a screamer. So it's like, bang, bang. But it's a big bang screamer. So it's like, it has the first power, and then it has the second power, and then it's a thick, and then and it's all one stroke anyways. Yeah, so it's always there for an engine, like a screamer engine, a motorcycle engine. So it's like it's like that inline four where it goes bang, and then it rotates that amount bang, that kind of thing. Well, same sort of a thing with this, except it's a screamer big bang, or they call it a big bang because it goes bang, and it's rotating a little bit, and it already got that initial acceleration, and then it'll start to slow down after a given amount, and then it goes bang again, and that makes it easier to rotate because it's already spinning, and so it'll go around, and then it'll do it again. Well, this one's kind of like that big bang screamer. It does that, and then it does it again, and then it does again. But it's one stroke though, which a one stroke is like constant, never-ending thrust, right? In a single cylinder, where both the top and bottom were combustion zones. So it's like bang all the way down, to bang all the way up, to bang all the way down, to bang all the way up. So, yeah. So it's like, that was 50,000 for the 3, which isn't really 3 because it's actually 9 going off. And then it does it again. And then again, and again, okay. God. Now this one no longer does that. It's more of a all, 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 all. Which is dangerous. Okay? It doesn't really make, if I'm going to be honest, the type of power that you're really kind of probably looking for. Okay, so it has a first initial out. And so like that, because it's one stroke, goes all the way out. It's making power. All the way back in, except it's double all the way back in. And so it's like that all the way back in is something goes from like, I'm turning a little bit to I'm turning a lot more. And then I'm like, I'm turning a little bit to I'm turning a lot more as a screamer. Alright. I got your drift. That's why it's a big bang screamer. Except the 3, which was really 9, going off, was doing that every time as well. Out and in. It's like, it's not 50,000, but I didn't tell you anything about its RPM except for in that video, which it was a lot more than you think because I captured also electrostatic and all this other stuff, but just as the engine alone, it was making a ridiculous amount of torque by itself, which was still that 50,000 foot-pounds of torque. It's still a ridiculous, I mean it, it's genuinely stupid and dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, actually stupid and dangerous, right? But some people might need it for something. I mean, it's a 7.2 liter for one thing, and while it can handle the cylinder pressures that are going on here, because they're not extreme and they're not being made to be anywhere towards things are gonna break, or warp because of heat levels, right? Of heat and pressure. They are still stupid. Okay? And so it's like, well, this is essentially, what would you call that? Doubling it? Yeah. Well, it's hard because there's friction. There's a lot of stuff to that. But I think it'd be a safe bet to double it. You know what I mean? So like say it was that 50,000, and again that one's at a particular RPM in pressure and everything else, and it wasn't even hard. It's not like I was using specialized fuel. It's not like I was using any insane pressures for the rocket exhaust. None of that was going on. You know what I mean? And so you could always make that more if you really wanted to. Which you probably don't ever need, you know. But that's another reason why I talk about, like, I could get a dumb, dangerous amount of power out of something that is a toy engine if I do it right. And stick that into a big boy car and make people believe that they're not even going to get anywhere. And then watch as they spin out. And not understand why the physics works the way they do. But that's going too far. It's like, let's say we doubled it. That's 100,000 foot-pounds of torque. It's less than 1,000 RPM that I'm generating that kind of torque. And so it's like, oh, yeah, well, now you understand why I was like, yeah, well, I could technically just about, for some gears and materials here that exist currently and are manufactured, while expensive, because they're small or whatever, it would be tremendously too damn expensive. You could do it. Now I have to change the type of pressures and everything else, but it's doable. It's still a 7.2 liter, big boy. It's a rotary. You'd be surprised at how small that really actually is. Like, it's scary small. 7.2 because I have 12 long stroke by 1 inch to bore 7.2 liter. If you can't work that out yourself, you probably shouldn't maybe try and think about it too hard. But I effectively have double the stroke length now to that bore to stroke. And so while yes, it is a longer stroke, and so that gives me more torque, it's also double that stroke. It's also 1 stroke. It's also a screaming big bang with a resonance to it at all RPM with the motor I was just talking about, the electric motor and the waste heat generator and a turbine that's just meant like a steam turbine, put in the gas, all that, and then it takes all that and directly translates it to the transmission, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. But long and short of that one is I capture very efficiently and effectively the majority of its heat and pressure into work energy. That also said, there's not a single car on the planet that needs 100,000 foot-pounds of torque at less than 1,000 RPM. No matter the all-wheel drive and size of wheels. Which is another reason why it was like, this is truly just meant for a sort of a turbo prop kind of style setup. It's supposed to be at the front of a airplane, okay, where the pilots are, and it diverts its gases to those turbines which are at the wingtips in this instance. So it takes air, all right, and it's sucking it in, and then it sucks in a little bit of air along the wing edges, the leading edges of those wings, and then there's also the prop funnel part, but it's like that exhaust and whole other thing, but it means that becomes more efficient because I only need to run one singular engine to effectively power all of that with its torque, and then have that multiplied by having those turbines spit out its exhaust, but also spin a larger prop as a result, with the help of an engine here, of course. Right, and then more air comes in, and then it adds itself to a higher temperature air, and so it becomes easier to more quickly thrust that air with a counter-rotational style with stators in between. So props are this spin, okay, it's fine, whatever it is. Stators in between, of course, act like a counter-rotation, and then this spins as a smaller area because it goes from a larger to a smaller, like a funnel, but these are elongated and much higher angles of bite styles of props that then go into a nozzle and then out what is effectively a bell-end kind of aerospike thing that helps capture a lot more, and then the of that thrust, and then they're on a gimbal at the wingtip, which happens to have a shroud that helps out with the, so as it tries to curve back in, there's an elongated swept back slight curve right to that where the shroud is, because we don't want it to gimbal too far in, and we're not looking for it to do literally go backwards, you know. it's so like it's a good reason to have that kind of like that little, you know, thing, right? But because it's faster traveling behind it, because there's that little sort of, you know, way it sweeps in and has that stuff, it curves that air into a counter-rotating sort of ish, not really though, faster moving air that then cancels it out and adds to the thrust. So the wingtip vortice actually makes more thrust in bite to the rest of your thrust there at that point with your gimbal. And so one singular rotary powers a big boy, humongous. I'm not even kidding. I call them that for a reason. There are 777 Airbuses and other cargo planes, you know. Yeah, no, because that was another thing I did. It's like, well, I already have hot exhaust, and I needed to go through all this blah blah stuff with heat and cool, and I wanted to actually make something and I get that there's torque or whatever, but you know, this heat is effectively being captured, and it has to go from a larger to there's a whole bunch of shit, you know. So it's like, well, I'm making electricity and I already need batteries to a degree, and they're willing to let me basically rip off some parts of this plane to begin with. So it's like, now there's some solar panels there in certain areas, and bumps and dimples and grooves, so on, with scoopsies, and the wings are changed to a degree, they're slightly swept back. I have more lift now, a better aerodynamic profile to that lift that's gained. It starts acting like a ram air to the props at the wingtips. Why though? Because plasmification and ionic wind. So it's like, with electricity, some ionic wind that got turned into plasma later on down the line, that then has electrodes as an electron flow, creates an electrostatic charge difference with very hot exhaust gases that are only slightly cooled because we don't want them to melt anything. So it's like it's plasma, but it's actually colder than most exhausts for a rocket, or in a lot of instances also jet engines. But because it combines its electrostatic differences here with the exhaust and the air coming in, it creates an exothermic. You burn nitric oxide, right? But it's like, no, actually, carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Well, in this instance, this is what it break out to because you have H2O. But it's like you also have hydrogen and oxygen, and there is some nitrogen. But when you have so it goes through a squeeze point. There's an electromagnetic there. It tries to, you know, draw it in and then squeeze it and then exhaust it out. And then there's a electrode, of course, that has to be there, and crashes it out because those are stators now, right? And there's an arrow spike and a bell end. Yep. That rapidly try and accelerate it, so repulse and accelerate effectively, which crashes it from being a plasma back to a gas, but in so doing, it rips off oxygens and nitrogens from each other, and carbon dioxides and monoxides, which are kind of formed through this, get turned into graphite. Yeah, graphite gets, yeah, no, I know. So it's cleaning our air. I wouldn't call it cleaning. It's more like I'm just not adding any extra carbon dioxide. Not really, or even nitric oxides, and the fuel, instead of having lead or particulate matter inside of it, is regular any propane, gasoline, ethanol, biodiesel, stuff like that. Cheaper styles of hydrocarbon that can get you, or even just hydrogen, if you so choose. Hydrogen works just fine. You kind of create a hydrogen peroxide instead, and then that breaks down as steam and oxygen. So it will use nitric oxide, so it'll turn, instead of into O's, it'll get into O3s, into O2s, and into O4s. Or in 3 O3s and 4s, so on like that, and those will explosively decompose or oxidize your exhaust with your H2O hydrogen peroxides, which turn into H2O. And well, that, whatever that is, really, you just gonna go with that? It's not nitric because it's super hot, right? With not really. I have to cool that bell in no matter what. Like I always do. I will always have to. And so it's like, oh well, I have to put air through that. It has to do a little turn, and that exhaust gives me that pump that I talked about for that bladeless turbine, hydro turbine. And so it's like that pumps in air that's already being rammed in anyways, and so then it turns back in and then helps with the props at the front too. And so it's like it cools it, but of course it's hot and I don't want it to go towards the colder air at the front. And so it goes towards where the nozzle hotter area is to help cool some of that side by acting as a boundary layer instead. And then it gets sucked in like a wicking carburetor effect because it's traveling much faster. But it's like, it still is going to make very hot exhaust gases, but it undergoes that into and breakdown so on process as a result. But I get a damn good amount of thrust from it. just using hydrogen, which in this case is not hydrogen stored on high pressure gas tanks. These are liquid. This is a liquid hydrogen. Everything's liquid hydrogen with me. It's not coming in as liquid hydrogen, I'll tell you that much. I'm still burning it. You know? But it comes in at much higher velocity, and so like instead of spinning this compressor at the front like I would use, you know, this is a lot different. Especially you're like, why? Wait. You have for this rotary, what? A supercharger with the venerator thing and everything. It's like, yeah, because it's big. It's a big compressor. It's big. And a rotary is a circle. And so it's like, that's the manifold in a circle, which has like a little V kind of area, so that goes in, and then it has to go in, but then there's rocket, you know, injectors, so it's like, I don't really need that. Right, and so it's like, that's for if you want to use traditional suck, squeeze, bang, blow. If you don't, then you have rocket injectors, so then you don't need that. The manifold's still there, but like if I allow for a degree of slight increased pressure, because I have a smaller compressor now, then it's like, oh, that helps with the rocket injectors squeezing and compression of air into its chamber. That's all it's really doing. Helps it out. But then the rest of it just goes straight into the crankshaft's power output. Alright. But I don't need to do that like practically at all once I get up to, you know, flying speeds. And so it was like, well, do I need 100,000 foot-pounds of torque under 1,000 RPM too? Yeah, I know. So it's like, do I? Are you sure? I probably don't need that, right? What are the size of your props here? You're not even joking. That's literally what that was for. It was like, I want to make something that goes into a very high altitude for insanely increased efficiencies. Because, you guessed it, I'm looking for a supersonic to hypersonic craft for an Airbus. It was like, from props, right? And it's like, yeah, and it can do that. That's ultra hardcore high efficiencies using hydrogen and some electricity. They become more efficient, those solar panels, the higher up you go. They're also cool, too. Well, yeah. Batteries are able to be made in such a way that they can handle this, along with the supercapacitors, too, that have to be there as well. So, all told, this can get a 777 into what is essentially the one layer down before the last layer to actual space travel, you know, with our atmosphere. Which I've forgotten what the hell that particular sphere is, so you're going to have to deal with that one. But it's now traveling, and this is a regular 777. Okay, regular 777. No heat panels or anything are going on here. At Mach 2.2. Mach 2.2 is what it's going to travel as it's cruising. But technically speaking, it's able to get to Mach 5.2. Because it becomes vastly more efficient the faster it goes with props. Now, I never said what the prop size was, but there's a reason for that. Because you think that they're going to be really, really massive. But the faster you travel, the less efficient that becomes, to a degree. And you're like, why do I need? I have a huge wingspan. Why do I need all this extra lift? And what are these scoops for? Well, they suck in air at the top and along the leading edge of the wing, and they create like a big, huge vacuum pocket that stays pretty much over the entire body of the craft's fuselage and the wings, but then still gives, the ailerons effects, and the tail gets curved in because it's shaped the right way. Or not curved in, but it has air curving to where it is, and that gets changed instead of like a standard vertical piece. It's a more like a clover to a four-piece kind of club, I guess. Right. Design is a circle, basically. Why? Is it funnels air in and then it redirects that air around. Of course, it needs connecting area in between, and so like that's all a whole bunch of extra air, that it can really hard grab onto with minimal adjustments to get maximum pitch and yaw. And when you do it right with the right shroud, you get a degree of lift in that tail section. And because you're traveling so fast, you're going to want that at such a high altitude. All using hydrogen too. Super cool, right? Well, I'm also taking out a degree of extra oxygen, because it's mostly oxygen when you start getting higher and higher up, because that's basically an ozone. Yeah. Right. Well, I can concentrate that because it's cold enough, and with the right pressure differentials, cooling effects, because of IR emittance that I talked about. You get the picture. Anyways, some of it comes in as extra concentrated oxygen. Which then gets warmed up by the balloon in some extra air. That's where it's injected. So that way, I can forcefully make far stronger amounts of thrust because of higher reactivity. Yep. So they have filters for nitrogen already, but I don't really need nitrogen filters. Apparently, there are different densities at different concentrations at different levels of cooling and pressure differentials as a result. So, like a centrifugal pump, as it spins, creates a similar effect. Well, as it flows and condenses and cools, so on, and I'm able to separate it using that very quickly too. Very high flow rate. It's kind of like a bunch of radiators that are going from larger to a smaller, and I'm collecting at different boundary layers and density areas more and more concentrations and separations of these given gases that are there until I eventually get mostly liquid oxygen. And then I just allow for spraying underneath of nitrogen. If any nitrogen or argon is around, I don't want it in my exhaust. So it just comes out as liquid oxygen, and that nitrogen, well, it can explosively decompose if you do it the right way. And so those are the scoops, but different scoops underneath at the wings of the fuselage. Explosively decomposing level of slight nitric oxide, because of course it during that will create some degree of it. Now it is under enough pressure to, and like hydrogen, give me thrust, because it explosively decomposes like nitric oxide that we would use as a booster for engines. Well, now it's a booster. for our plane. Anyways, same kind of a design. That helps us with lift and thrust characteristics. While also helping cool the plane to a degree, because it has to undergo that kind of effect, as it has to undergo a phase and compression difference change from, a phase, a increased, pressure here, but I'm now a gas instead of a liquid, and then I allow for it to explosively decompose in the correct little nozzle chamber design at the bottom, and so it's like it's cooling the leading edge and the top part of the wing, and of course other parts of the fuselage. So that way it doesn't burn in our atmosphere. It's active cooling. And it produces thrust. And helps with lift. You got it. So that's nice. Yeah, it is, isn't it? So now it's at a standard cruising of 2.2 Mach. But it can really go 5.2. By raw horsepower. Effectively. Brute force. A whole bunch of efficiencies to make a raw brute force power. But yeah, right. We need heating. Fuselage, right, well, it cooled. It has to take the heat somewhere. But, yeah, for what it's worth, that heat has to go into expanding nitrogen and keeping you warm, so. And making explosive decompression. It's not super cold. Just in a never-ending fluid flow fuselage, effectively. Yep. Works though. It makes it stiffer, stronger. It's under pressure. No, you have a not totally limited oxygen supply. I mean, you're getting extra oxygen and nitrogen, so we just pump a certain amount from that in. We have some filters. Fine, basically. So extremely high altitude crafts here that travel very fast. Right, it was like, well, my cargo's, planes love me because they make it so they can send very heavy cargo very quickly to anywhere in the world off of a single tank, basically. It's nearly halfway through, but, there's gliding from that high of an altitude, and if you go a little higher, and, anyways. Doesn't really matter. Most of the time, you can get to anywhere in the world on a single tank with fuel left over. So you're well above the clouds at that point. Well, yeah. Oh dear fucking lord, dude. So, space planes became much more easy to do after that. But, it's a story and a topic for another day, because it was like, look at my 49cc rotary, that is the in and out. Because now it's a scooter, subcompact, like a smart car, all fit into one with the Oh, by the way, I have to talk about the suspension with the vacuum thing. Kind of like it's supposed to be a roll cage, but no, it's more of like a suspension inside of a roll cage that has 5-point harness. But it's like it's a bucket seat. Then you fold these things, or you slide these things down, and then they fold in, and then now it's like a bucket seat with suspension and everything. It has 5-point harness, a bunch of airbags, and a roll cage. It's got a multiple gearing setup, CVS, so like generators. And so it's like you can manually, sequentially, or semi-automatic, or fully automatic, depending on how you decide to set it to. Then I also have for an all-wheel drive system, because there are multiple different types of CVTs, and a circular donut ring style one that goes into a transfer box that is a similar-ish to a, I guess, kind of a cone. It doesn't matter. Anyways, same kind of a similar setup to that, and it allows for certain degrees of slip and angle, splits for gearing ratios, and so it's like torque vectoring, except it's not really torque vectoring. It's gear changing, like a transmission between the front and rear, which then splits it between even 2020, or when it slips, kind of like a limited slip, traction control, it'll suddenly reduce the amount of power, quotation marks, so it sends more torque to that, so it spins faster, but then this one gets less power to it, so it starts rotating more slowly, because it changes its gear ratio from a smaller gear ratio to a larger gear ratio, which is kind of technically not the anyways, point is, it goes from I'm rotating this fast, and now I'm rotating slower, because the gear ratio changes to make it so that happens. But it's less torque to do that than it would, but it'll use more torque because this will suddenly spin faster. And it's like, why would you want it to spin faster if it's already broken traction? It's like, because then that's a technicality-wise way of trying to force traction. Spin faster, get more traction. Okay. That's the transfer box. Now it's more similar in this instance to this bike CVT that they have. That's a gear CVT thing, for your pedal crank. So it's like an Envoy or whatever. It showed up in my feed. It has a bunch of balls, all this other stuff. It's similar to that. Doesn't really look quite the same, but it's similar. Alright. Instead of like multiple miniature gears that are a whole bunch of planetary gear things, this one's more like that CVT for the transfer and the axle. So I have independent suspension on each one of them. I talked about it before, but there's a reason why there's a floating vacuum suspension thing inside of the roll cage here. And the reason why is because as I have a moment where gravity changes backwards, so there's a force going backwards, it then hooks in, and then it hooks in the center, and then that has another hook in towards the rear, where the rear wheels are, and then it acts like everything that is trying to pivot from those rear wheels over suddenly is where the final connection point where it just connected to is at the front, in front of this rotary 49cc 12 opposed piston. Okay, so it's like all of that's there, alright, and then it's like all of that weight that's also still there up to the engine is still there. And so it acts like it's got all of its weight further up, but then when it slows down and brakes, it's not connected to that, and it's connected to the rear. And so all of that at the front, where that engine is, at that pivot point, and then everything that's still behind it. So it acts like it has all of that behind the rear wheels. So really try and dig in, and then it tilts with the steering wheel. When you turn over to the right, it tilts a little bit to the right. Turn over to the left, it tilts a little bit over to the left. And then the camber angle. So these are round, basically donut wheels that have a pretty decent amount of sidewall, but tread that goes off to that. And so it's like the camber will change in a little bit, kind of like cartoon wheels, and then it'll turn in, of course, but then the rear will turn out slightly, not much, not nearly as much as the front. The front does most of the actual like turning, but anyways, that also cambers in slightly. And it's all just to help with that turn in, get more mechanical traction. There's diffusers at the bottom, and then there's gills, gills, and so it's like the radiators at the rear. Okay, first and foremost, because it's a tiny little fucking rotary 12. Okay, now granted, I said it was a 1.2 liter in the front because I upgraded that, but this one's this is a 49cc now, so think about it like that. Anyways, it has a compressor, but for the rocket injectors. Okay, right. Now that has, in this instance, a different setup for cooling. It has a air to air, then water to air version as well, and then it has air that goes out from those gills, because it still has air that comes in, and then there's a two-piece, so there's a window and a window, and it's a multiple strand construction of acrylic, polycarbonate, and another clear plastics with glass, and then there's a film in between. So we heat up that strand like fiberglass and compress it after we pre-tensed and stretched and twisted and woven. And it makes it clear again, and then replace the stretchable, like Gorilla Glass, so that way it like really holds together, and then we put the thin panel of glass over that, like our phone screens. Okay. Now, that air travels up into little zones for it to make a boundary layer, increased boundary layer. Because there's little dimples and little stator areas at the top, it creates a higher pressure boundary layer at the top than the diffuser at the bottom. Like a big old spoiler. The gills on the side try and travel off to the sides and travel down. There's no special much of anything there. They're just cool looking gills. Alright? There's heat, and from that compressor and so on has to go somewhere. So, the radiators in the rear. Alright, so it's like there's on the rear part of towards the sides here and the top, heading into the drag zone, little vertical grooves with little dimples and bumps and some actual slots and holes that capture and draw some air in, but not all of it. What does it do? It sucks in air closer to where that drag zone is as it gets drug in and has to fill in that space. Okay? Now, the rest of that air, though, traveled in. We still have a fan there. But it's a angled little radiator, okay? That, of course, has hard lines that are vacuum insulated and regular insulated. Anyways, point is that travels near in the center, and then of course we have the exhaust and the transfer box. It can all fit in there because we need a console there anyways. So might as well put it there. And we need suspension, standard coil spring, multi-coil spring that I talked about in my other video with the air vacuum shock thing. Alright, and then I'm not going to describe that, so you're going to have to deal with this. Just go to that video. It's a 8.5 hour video. It's one of the more recent ones. It's maybe towards it's between the 5 hour and 8 hour mark, so skip around, I guess. Anyways, the long and the short of that turns very quickly into it's a vacuum in the center near, and then there's air outside, and then there's a larger volume of air outside. As it stretches, it wants to return, but this is compressing it, so then it's stretching it, and then it has to suck air in through a bunch of little channels, and then eventually it'll get back out as it returns from the compression of the spring, which the spring is a coil with leaf springs and some coil springs, and then they all head towards a center area plate for that one that I talked about. But this one, I can't do that. So it's like this one turns into, well, it's towards the center where the engine is, and so it has that nice little cross and a bunch of structure to support it because there's the roll cage, but then it's a floating inside of that, because that's how you do that. You have to float that suspension like that, so that way it hooks in when it moves like that. So it'll hook in and then pivot, and then suddenly have that compression ring, which then also resists it trying to have the weight from that point forward or backwards not be seen as being over there, because it's its own type of pivot system, as it pivots from here to here. Anyways, geometry, folks. You have to understand geometry. And suspension. Vacuum as a suspension. Anyways, once that is there, of course, this is not a smart car, by the way, that I modified. It has sliding out wings, it can tuck in the wheels, it does have another pop out for the rear here. Remember those stator areas where they slide out and then slide over, creating like that club or 4-piece clover, little scoop thing or funnel thing with ailerons for pitch and yaw. And then I have a bunch of wings, which have a bunch of these little stators, then vacuum, and so extra amounts of lift, and then the lifting body characteristic. And then I have the armpit wings that apparently NASA doesn't call them that, but I call them that because they're like, I have a wing between my elbow down to my rib cage for extra lift. So it's an armpit area, wing. Anyways, because you have to have it slide out somehow. It allows for more fuel to exist in other areas too, because I have batteries that are both kind of the bucket seat part, but also behind that, and that's also where the gas goes as well, and a bladder too. And of course air comes in, there's a fan, it goes from the bottom, scoops in throughout these little slots in the rear that are on the inside diameter. If you look at a smart car, you got the little bumps out, and then the rear bumper thing, right? It's like, well, there's slots there, but then also on the inside diameter, so that way it blows into the drag zone, which is now effectively very reduced, and it can dynamically change it with these little stators and moving parts there to help reduce that drag zone even further to become even more efficient, as it's already curving it in, and then we can curve in, and we can really reduce that drag zone, making it much more like a teardrop. Now, the wings do not have a sliding fold out, prop thing. Okay, so you're going to have to deal with that. This one uses other technology instead. So, I talked about this briefly in one of my videos. A hydrofoil that happens to have a prop, or if you want to, the hydro bladeless turbine inside of it. This is for big old cargo ships that would have a kite blimp thing with a hollow series of cables that would allow for hydrogen in no way, but they keep going with hydrogen, it's helium. Helium, you don't want hydrogen. Hydrogen is dangerous and explosive. Stop it. Anyways, but you can slide out wings, big, huge ones, and those can have solar panels, and so can the blimp kite thing that's attached to the cargo ship that goes all the way up to the slipstream is what I was hoping for, because big, kind of thing. And that's constant, consistent air that's blowing. Anyways, because I can have a multi-setup, like a hydrocarbon, into a turbine, into like a torque converter sort of style that then gets cooled by the wing, the hydrofoil wing, and then I can have 3 of those, and then they each can help with both lift characteristics, as they can suck in both on the leading edge, but then at the top too, to help with lift, but then thrust underneath and behind, helping create a larger degree of hydrofoil lift and still be very structurally strong, as the torque converter hydraulic fluid coupler setup, can travel in through one side of the wing and then go out the other and get cooled. And that's its version of cooling, which you can also capture a large amount of that carbon too. But, I also have electricity, I have a kite, I have lift from outside, and lift from the hydrofoils. And so it's like, I probably don't need to burn as much fuel anymore, and I can send things vastly faster around the ocean. Especially since hydrofoils allow for you to not have the boat seen as a vibrational damper, otherwise known as an inertial damper, to the water that's around you, making those spike waves that they create in the ocean suddenly appear and onto the boat when it's traveling that fast, making it less likely for your craft to get hit. But then I also made a multi-hull construction with a pressurized hydraulic fluid, which, yes, I know you can't do that. Well, kind of technically no, but then kind of technically you can, because the the thing that's holding the fluid in between it can bend and stretch. Well, yeah, so anyways, that's a composite material in its own right, slightly flexible, can bend and stretch with a bunch of suspension cables. I use cables in that instance, but it's like, I could probably put the vacuum things together, and it connected it through the inside of the hull and then towards the outside. So the outside, if it got hit at the front, would divert as much as it can of that, kind of like a crash structure for a car, to the entirety of the boat. Same thing with the hydrofoils, and because now they're bladeless, no more props are necessary, and it can exist across the entirety of the bottom of the hydrofoil, which can now be in multiple sections to allow for tilt even to turn more quickly while it's going quickly. And one side to thrust one way and another side to thrust another, allowing for thrust vectoring and turn without the wings or the blimp kite thing being there. I now have a vastly more efficient, lighter, stronger, and faster cargo ship. But then I was like, well, why do that if I'm going to make then, I can anchor this in the water using water resistance and some air resistance and some basic, suction effects, for the given thrust, for, waves, and then dampening one way and then less over here, producing its own version of that bladeless turbine pump, right? So it's like, because that's what a pump is. That's all the pump is really doing. If I use fluid to help by spinning it faster through that, hydrofoil, and I make a pump. It doesn't matter. Point is, it really doesn't, because it's basically the same thing, and if you don't know how that other thing works, then you probably need to go listen to that to figure out how that works before you come here and say that this can't work. Now, as a result of that, that means I can put ginormous. There are supposed to be 5 cargo ships by 5. 13 to 15 mile long. Huge trains that have a tube that closes and slides, basically, a section in front of it. It sucks in air, there's some degree of burning of fuel and electricity, which, by the way, there are solar panels on this thing. Then the solar panels have the added benefit with the correct material and electricity, and there's desalination, dehumidification, which humidity and not humidity apparently creates a charge field difference that can make electricity. That already came out. Charge field differences also help create water desalination and humidity, so on, hydrogen production, electricity, that it runs off, this train runs off of hydrogen, so you know, but it produces a buoyancy, and so that can then come back down as water that has condensed. There's cold here, you get the picture with, heat and burn and some hydrogen and water, but I don't really need the water. Anyways, the point is, I make hydrogen for the train. The train has lifting body characteristics at the top and sucks in air at the front and produces more pressure at the bottom and at the rear, and it's in a very controlled, elongated tube for this. It also has a bunch of electricity being generated by long, huge arrays of solar panels, and of course there's still wind and the waves that I need to reduce effectively around it, then anchor it in the water and have water resistance, and it has a mass, and so it creates a water anchor, which they already have for boats. And it floats, surprisingly, very level, because I can have telescopic spring shock systems, essentially, with this, which also produce electricity, wave generators. Anyways, it produces enough electricity to fully run the thing autonomously. You never have to actually put electricity in. For this ginormous train, it's a train. It's just what it is. It's a train. But it has a lifting body characteristic. It travels nearly the speed of sound, just under the speed of sound. But that also helps the lifting body characteristic. Then it closes off the tube where it's going to slow down. And then it seals off. It then slows down using air braking. So it pushes air, captures it through turbines that are meant to capture that air as actual pressure. They have these things called compressed air engines already that exist. And then, of course, the wheels, it has magnetic also as well. So it's like, it creates a magnetic levitation, but it's not really doing that the way you think. It's just regular electromagnetic repulsive designs. And then it has wheels that are there, of course. It's just they don't need to feel the kind of weight and pressure that they did before, because there's lifting body characteristics going on. And they're also getting cooled by the air going underneath to create the lifting body characteristic to a higher effect and degree, especially being that it's shaped for this to get maximal effect like that. So, It also happens to have in the tube a field that makes birds not want to go near it, and if they were, they'd get shocked and die, and then scooped out into the ocean below. If people were going to go on it, it would do the same thing to them. And then ocean. Well, because it's a bladeless wave generator, there's that. Because it happens to have this, it means you're very unlikely, even at the solar panel area, to have graffiti. Or people live in or on or around it. You can't at all have people try and stay on top of it, because they'll get killed. I'm sure people will try, but there are, of course, because of those field effects, sensors. Hey, something tripped it. That's why it knows to scoop it out. Which means, guess what? You can tell it, hey, I'm a repair or maintenance individual. So you're good to repair and maintain it just fine. Now, construction-wise, compared to a hyperloop, which is not what this is at all. There's no vacuum, and yes, while I am sucking some degree of air, is not really what I'm kind of, because it's 15 miles long! Five by 5 cargo ships. So finally perked up and listened for once. But it's not a tube that is like a sealed tube. Not at all. And, of course, the panels are there, yes, but and things have to slide and fold and so on. But not really, you know what I mean? They just have to be there when they need to be there. And if you do that correctly, they create a skipping effect. Boundary layer effect. So it's like the air gets pushed into the bottom. And I'm burning fuel anyways to rotate the damn wheels, because there are wheels there. I'm not making it through thrust like Hyperloop is. It's not a maglev, because there's no, at all, superconductors. It's just using multiple effects to help make this create a vastly more efficient design. You don't have to use any electricity from you and on your end to run this. You can run fiber optic cables that are much easier to maintain. You have electricity that is generated extra than what it takes. You never have to give it any hydrogen because it'll take it from the tube itself. It would then go into a port. A 15-mile long 5x5 cargo ship will dump off whatever it is that it has in it at whatever that port happens to be. Then it'll accelerate somewhere the fuck else, because I don't care, and I can put multiples of these in sections that will absolutely 100% be just fine in the ocean, stable, with no bends in the tracks that will cause issues. Which will travel so much faster than your little boat can, cargo ship. As fast as an airplane. Airplanes. Well, a passenger airplane these days. That's nice. Yeah, right? I figured. And it's cheap. I was getting to the cheapness. This is regular construction materials with a coating that resists saltwater degradation, which means it's a plastified, hardened diamond-like carbon. So it's a plastic rubber diamond-like carbon coating with a ceramic impregnated in between. That keeps it away from salt, that makes it hard enough to resist ablation, it's easy enough to spray it on. It can be thinner now, it can float, it can telescopic, it has less resistance to friction, it's got less weight, it's like a wave generator, you get the whole thing, totally doable in all ways. The tube is effectively a barely sliding, barely hinge down tube design to seal it with never-ending solar panels and of course the hydrogen that it creates, and then extra for water that it can dump because desalination, and when it heats up water, no hydrogen and oxygen, but of course you're stupid, so you didn't pay attention. Of course, that has to fall back down after cooling, of course, which gives it a water battery turbine. But now I have a more efficient turbine that captures far more, and because it can be long, and I need that anyways, because that acts like a buffer, water capture, wave generator, thrust thing as a water anchor effectively, generating electricity. Making it also act like pylons, so it doesn't tilt and rotate as it undulates. Instead, it all goes up together. All the things you need for it to be insanely effective at just floating around in the water. And staying very still. Because it's only 50 miles long, I can make them in 25 foot, my ass 25 foot sections. I can make them in 25 mile sections. And reduce spike wave occurrences or any waves that would be too damaging. Making it perfect. Basically. Like a real, actual, fully functional can be built very cheaply designed. Now let's finally get to the expense that you need to have. Because the materials are cheap. Because concrete doesn't need anything other than rubbish and some coffee grounds put into it. Because plastics and e-waste and so on. And then it's sealed. Basically, everything is cheap, ubiquitous garbage, effectively, that we think is garbage, but it's not garbage. I can make it and set up for billions upon billions, hundreds, trillions of dollars for this mega project. I can get it done in a couple $100 million. From the Pacific Ocean, California coast, all the way to the furthest point I can reach, which would be New Zealand. For a couple $100 million. For material cost. Now, of course, people have to build the darn thing, and they have to go ship it out in cargo ships, and they have to go piece it together, or so on. So add a couple $100 more million to that. And so, under $1 billion, I have a massive cargo ship, Right, cargo train. Cargo train, thank you. That destroys all of the ideas of needing a ginormous plane or large ships traveling around Arctic oceans, and they need to be not frozen anymore for them to be cheaper and waste less fuel to get this good and or product over to someone. It's year-round, constant, never-ending transfer of all goods and products. And people, because you can always put people on that. That pays for itself, because you'll get the extra. Which there'll always be an extra. Because batteries and capacitors, and of course you get back the slowing down of the train. The more you put on, the more of that you get. The constant maintaining of a given amount of the fuel is already taken care of. I'm generating more than enough electricity. Electric motors can take up the rest. Because it mostly runs off of hydrogen. Well, yeah, and then I have turbines. Yeah, right. Which one will create what now? A water battery. Because it'll have to be cooled. Thank you! Steam, yes, and then, same thing with the rest of it. Right, yes. Right, because electricity and capture, very efficient. Correct. I'm waiting for them to all stop having objections to what it is I'm saying. Because they're idiots! Like, I haven't thought about it. So it's under $1 billion. Yep. Because they're already made parts that you just stick together effectively. You can build a ship, right? You already know about the hull, that? The same kind of similar thing. I don't need to worry about things fucking having to slow down because I have a bunch of air resistance, and the wheels, by the way, can electrically resistively brake. And they can seal quite effectively. That's a version of another type of friction brake, which is electrically resistive as well. And it can cool itself because of the air movement, dumbass! They're always on board until it suddenly affects their bottom line, as the big boat companies they are. Here's a train. Get over it. It beats you every time. I can fit like hundreds of thousands to millions of people on these fucking trains. Here, have a bunch of millions of people in your fucking area. Here's a big influx of tourism. Have fun. No! Here you go, New Zealand. There's like 3.2 million people. Please, no. I don't know. No, we only accept this amount. Whatever, we'll figure it out. But no way. Sir, it's a lot of people. They'll buy a lot of stuff. Even fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, I know. Because it's like nobody that's a literal, like, here it's like, back in the day, New York City. just dumped off somewhere. Holy fuck! Yeah, those ones. They have air cranes, or those little things that you know, right, right. Oh, oh, yeah, the little passenger, and then the cables, cable cars or whatever it is. But except I don't use cable cars because that would annoy the hell out of me. Instead, think rotational cable car, as it goes through one side and it goes back the other, and there's a couple of those going on, like trains in their own right, and then walkways in between to make it stable, which are yes, propelled by the thing slowing down where it stops. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of solar panels at the top, and the charge field differences of sweaty people that are humid in this area, and then pressure because they're hot too, and there's heat from the cars and trains, and then there's because of a wing here with the split thingy, and it creates a degree of lift. There's a pressure differential, and it has to travel through. And when you make the right vortex, blah blah blah, heat exchanger, here's the heat here, here's the cold there where you are, with your sweaty, hot, fucking people traveling. A bunch of batteries and supercapacitors in between, and some wheels and some electric motors, and some pressure differentials in a tube. Anyways, there's walkways that move for you, both one way and the other way. Eventually, they got it. How efficient it was. Makes hydrogen, yeah. Here's some water. Fresh. Gives me a battery because it has to be pretty high up to make sure that this is not going to be anything that you have to worry about. I don't bore a fucking tunnel in the ground. They're up in the air. They're not in the water. They're up in the air above the water. All of them. I see. Much easier to construct. Oh. Yeah, no. You're not having to worry about this. It's like I designed it specifically to make it real fast and simple to just shove into each other as a puzzle piece design, and after the races you go. Literally. That's it. It's like, here's a bunch of people. I don't want that many people. Okay, whatever. How many people you want? Look. I was like, then it goes throughout the rest of your country and wherever else in the world you want it to go to. Shipping be damned, basically, for ships. Fuck cargo ships in a lot of ways. No offense to you, cargo ships, but and you'll still probably be used. There's always going to be that going on because you'll have to be so much cheaper. Enter the ship. The new type of almost like a sailboat hydrofoil thing that barely uses almost any real fuel to get large amounts of goods over to some other place. So fucking bullshit, I hate you. Why didn't you just start with this? Because you didn't have me here, that's why. I don't have the fucking funds. You don't have a smart person. You have your fucking rich people problem. You're stupid with a lot of connections and opportunities thinking you're smart. Smart people like me have to deal with you. Alright, are you willing to fucking pony up? Fuck, ow! Oh, is it ow? Is it an ow? Why are you antagonizing them? I don't like them. They think they're better than me. Why wouldn't we have used it from the start? I wonder why. I make more money. I'm already better. I'm already smarter. Why me? Trump disagrees. Really? Yep, watch this. Did you mean that people would say Trump is not smarter? Hey, I got you to think it for yourself. And say it. Because yes I did. Fuck off! Anyways. So, that's the cargo ship. The plane can now be built much larger as a result of that lifting body characteristic, wingspan reduction, and much less fuel to get to somewhere. If I wanted to stay instead of in these very high atmospheres into a lower atmosphere, I'll change, of course, the props and so on. But it's like, right, now it's in regular altitudes, but now big UFO ships in the sky. Oi. Big. They have to land somewhere. Yeah, how's your fucking runway doing over there, dude? Oh, I'll stop on that runway. I've got the props. I've got the tires. No worries. I've got scoops, man. I can make air resistance. And tire resistance. Because of brakes and regenerative braking. Oh, I can do it. But do you have a runway? Not really. Look at them. They're up on top of a mountain with a fucking short takeoff and landing vehicle struggling to get up fast enough. They're like, what about runways? Oh yes, the big ginormous cargo ships of the sky. Yeah, they need to land on that. Runway, freaking holy shit. We'll just drop it down with some parachutes, bro. You'll get it. It'll be fine. No worries. Let's just do a little vertical here, drop them off, boo, 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 and then we'll go do a nice little sideways turn loop thing, back in, we're heading back the way we came, good to go, mate. Gotcha. Thanks! Ah! Here's your landing strip, huh? You mean cargo drop point? Anyways, for that one, it's like that's literally what I'd be doing, just so you know, because it's like I need to not stall, and so I need to drop weight and have the right angle for that. But those are much different aircrafts. Like a 777 is not what that is anymore. These are big fuckers. I changed the wings for a reason, and it has those little armpit wings for a reason for that, because it's essentially a double delta with like a clover in the rear. With props on the sides, and in the wing too, and in between the wing, with the little air pump things that help out actually create a huge vacuum effect at the top. and it thrusts at the bottom for the, explosive decomposing nitrogen oxide stuff, and, have enough surface area, yada yadas. But they carry, wait for this one, the same amount as a cargo ship. The largest one that sank back in the day. The largest cargo ship to have ever sailed that has sunk. That's what it carries. That. And so it's like, have fun with that airfield person, controller guy. Fucking asshole. I don't need it's raining, Crank-Axel. No, just in that one area. You'll get everything. Still, the wingspan, however, is the same size as a regular standard 747 in this instance. A330. Oh, right, Airbus A330. My bad. They're practically the same vehicle, except that Boeing is less reliable, if we're being honest. So it is an A330. Get some pilots out there to fucking say, thank you. That's what I agree. Now, it's the same as a Boeing for 747. Mm-hmm. Why? More lifting characteristic, more spaces for less fuel, equal more cargo capacity. It's a bit of a thick chunkster, correct, but still. How is a long boy? Think diamond elongated tail, real decently long here. This cargo ship big, so thick. Oh, I see. Yes, I would do that. It's got layers. It's got height. It's not the same thickness. It's the wingspan I said is the same. It's max. Jeez. I said it was thick. Well, yeah, well, that's a long fuselage and a big, thick fuselage. Sure as fuck is. Here you go. There's some bay doors that open. Oh, thank you. At the bottom. This is your cargo ship that you place at the bottom, and then it loads it in automatically. Oh. No! Please? No, I don't want to drop cargo fucking bombs. You know the military will have a field day with this. Yeah, well, that's not my fault. Hi, military. We're talking about the rotary 12 axle, right? Oh, right, yeah, I know. There we go. That's what that was. Thank you for bringing me back in. Right. So, the turbine was supposed to be a replacement to that, for the intake and all that, because that's way easier than that complicated motherfucker. Even if the crankshaft axle thing is very strong, much stronger than you think and believe it would be, able to handle very high pressures and loads to it, and be quite balanced at the same time. So, right, what? Wait. We were talking about this little miniature 49cc rotary 12. That's the opposed piston in and out thing. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, so, anyways, that air, and then this thing, and then it opens sliding outwards, so lengthwise, and then opens, but to do that, it has to shrink. So, it shrinks, but then it elongates, but then, as it elongates, I get better aerodynamic efficiencies for my wings, plural, and they separate and they suck in air. There's air pumps there. I have this whole other inertial acceleration, relativistic stuff going on. Then I talked about the Hydra could turn into fusion if I do that correctly with the relativistic thing that I was thinking about with how I recirculate a fusion thing. Anyways, because hydrocarbon, I have 130 gallons of fuel in this fucker with big, decent batteries that I've already discovered and talked about, which are field effect, like static charge field effects, but they're field effect in a different way. So you're gonna have to understand that one. But then also, you know, it's a good way to put this. It's like electrons can exist here, but then they don't technically have to be there. And so you can pour more of them there, and so because they have to go through, create an electron flow, because they think they're there, but they're not there. What is that? Pseudoscience or something? No, it's not like a superposition either. It's more like it creates a virtual electron orbital field, and so it's like it's a plasma, but it's not a plasma. So it creates a field effect, and it has, charge field difference areas around it in a given surrounding box, which, electrons here, ground here, but of course there are electrons there and ground there. It just doesn't know, because if you make the correct field effect of the plasma, quotation marks, in the center, then it doesn't know. That acts like an insulator, trapping them where they're at. You put some piezoelectrics in between, because of course electron flow, nothing's a superconductor unless it's under the right pressure and cold so far, which means piezoelectrics heating and cooling. As it drains the correct way, it produces large, if I do it the right way, increases amplifications. So it's like electron orbit, when heat and wanting to be there, it's suddenly kinetic potential. Well, if you do right field effect, which is a bunch of fancy lingo for I drop resistance in a way that means more electrons are produced to the virtual electron it once thought was there. Because kinetic. So instead of a proton, it produces an electron, which is quantum standard model stuff. And we already have a pretty good grasp on how to do that, actually, because we already know about quantum tunneling. And of course there's static charge field differences over here, which is perfect for that exact effect. And then there's heat. So cooling is all that's really necessary, and you can put the right material for that, and a nice little heating and squeezing effect from that, like cold fusion. You shrink it down. Remember, cold fusion never really went anywhere, but it's like if you squeeze something, you get a lot of pressure, right? But if you do it the right way, it creates an acoustic pump, which then transfers heat acoustically to the correct places for you to transfer that heat out to standard convection Stirling engine stuff that I've talked about with piezoelectrics. Body of it. It's like a solid state, non-solid state, kind of vacuum area. Then this is, of course, creating heated air, but not really heated air. It's like the plasma thing. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. You can use fluid, like regular air, it'd be fine. But you don't have to. It just needs to assume that there is something there, which is a vacuum. So it's a vacuum with the right thing. And so it acts like different densities have occurred and achieved being there, which is heating and cooling again for the piezoelectrics, while making more electrons than the electrons that it was going to initially make, and then it has electrons here to try and draw in, but of course it has to go through all these different things to get there, and so they never actually really get there. So I have a multi-phase, high voltage DC AC generator amp current with a ground, of course. Battery, which has 100,000 watt hours for the bucket seat thing. Now, it doesn't weigh much more than you think. In fact, it's less than 20 pounds for that 100,000 watt hours. Yeah. Do you know how much? Yes, I know. But it's not watt hours, it's kilowatt hours. I misspoke. It's 100,000 kilowatt hours. Alongside of, you guessed it, this really efficient inertial accelerator engine. Yep. And the quantum vacuum pressure engine. Yeah, I got that working finally. As a designer, I'll have to talk to you about it when I can actually explain it a little bit better. But it's another version of the pump thing with the inertial accelerator engine thing. And it captures it. I don't need radioactive material coming out or any light like that. I still have a degree of that inertial acceleration and spin stuff kind of helping because I have the electrostatic, so I suck in some air, pump it through the wings. That helps create lift, and then the inertial acceleration with the quantum vacuum acceleration, quantum vacuum pressure acceleration effects create a beautiful, like the inertial acceleration, rebound back towards, well, the vacuum pressure also helps with that and creates greater degrees of resistance and actually elongation, meaning like thrust backwards, but also suction forwards, repulsion and attraction. And the inertial acceleration does its nice little thing of sending everything the one direction, while they also still have lift and thrust being produced for the pumps. Now, because hydrocarbons are what hydrocarbons are, and electricity is what it is, and so on and so on, I still do burn a decent amount of fuel during the initial stages of getting to the correct altitude to where I can finally turn it off. And I burned very little fuel to do that, about 10 gallons of fuel to get to orbital, outer space stuff. And then from there, I simply travel to the moon and then back, and I have a lot of fuel from that, because then it starts to accelerate from, oh, guess what, I'm accelerating at 1g constantly, remember? Except no, I'm in an atmosphere, so that'll be 2g's because I'm near a body. But it's like, I want to wrap that around and then have it actually, for me, experience 1g, but then I will then experience far faster for everything else than 1g, except it's never really actually technically experiencing that. Real technicality on that one, because it doesn't need to. This is a whole other thing for the inertial accelerator engine that I talk about, because that's relativistic curvature, lensing, resonate, kinetic redirection, vacuum thing. All it means is that I travel to the moon and then I land on the moon. I didn't really use much of any actual fuel to do that. So I already started the battery-like effect that becomes, and of course it becomes more efficient the faster it goes. And it makes its own degree of energy, because the quantum vacuum pressure thing and the redirect of that, helps produce those effects. And so it's like an Albuquerque drive where I elongate and then compress, but no, it's more vacuum in front and then pressure, but really I just slip through really, really nicely by like a repulsive attractive force kind of thing for space and time. Anyways, I fade back in, pop on the moon, drive around, This was to fuck around with someone that was driving with me, and I then came back, show off to them briefly. Then I went over to Sirius B, the star next to us. It's like 5 light years away or something. I was like, well, get out your phone and start streaming. I don't really have a computer. All of it's really kind of mechanical, electromechanical, automatic stuff. Does it automatically. I don't need big computers. So it's like I have my phone that I reprogram, so on, but it's like I don't really have the quantum tunnel thing. I have to use the quantum tunnel stuff that I'm already having work off of the engine and thrust and all the rest of it. Which I have to have it send it back to my computer, which actually has the internet that you guys use. With a quantum tunnel, like wormhole, faster than light travel. So if she's streaming to you, I have to stream it to my phone because that's how it can connect, because that's connected to that's the buffer. So I have like a 5-minute buffer, because it's like I have to do that while I also have to have the, quantum tunnel and vacuum, all that stuff for the faster than light transmission of that given electron and all the rest of it. Field stuff. It's like Ethernet. So it's like it's the internet is being transmitted over a distance, like it's not actually that distance. That kind of thing. But I have to go from her phone to my phone, and that to the car, that then goes to that. And it's not like it has the computation to originally do it. It can do it, but of course I have to fuck around. It's a whole thing, but it can do it because I have that set up already. It's not that hard. It's just I also have to travel around that solar system with the thrust I'm producing, which, by the way, there's a bleeder system to get to like those relativists, to get to fucking the moon. I'm producing helium, that bleeds out because carbon to carbon and all this other stuff. Anyways, there has to be a bleeder system, but like for larger things, there doesn't need to be one. But for the smaller stuff, there actually needs to be a degree of bleeder systems for this, which is the helium from the hydrogen style, and that also helps increase pressures and efficiencies for the given fusion and fizzling of stuff. So I'm going to move off of that. I make it produce a literal cock and ball of my dick picture. So I send a dick picture towards Earth. Perfect representation when it's erect. Everything. Has the shading, has all the things. We traveled faster than the speed of light. She's already streaming it to you, but you wouldn't believe, maybe, whatever, right? For like, bullshit stage and set design and recorded, pre-done stuff, that's internet stream thing. With her, who I've never met before, but whatever. Anyways, we travel around all of the given planets, didn't find one that was habitable by people, so there's that. But I suppose you could terraform one if you had enough technology within a given period of time, so that would be a thing. But anyways, it pulses light correctly, because of course I have to gravity turn and do all this other stuff to effectively make something like that, but also be able to, live and thrust, and it has to be pressurized, the cabin. I'm accelerating, and that's a blue ship, and then it's lensing off the gravity, and focusing with multiple parts of light, constructively and destructively, creating lens, blah, blah, blah. It's a literal perfect image of my erect dick and balls heading towards Earth, which pulses, by the way, with binary. That gives you my full name, the address where I lived at the time, her full name, her address, all that. My birth date, where I was born, my social, their social, my full complete DNA profile. So you can check that. My current dimension and universe as figured out. Instead of any multiverse or whatever else attached possible parallel bullshit. My actual experienced self person that I am. You get the picture in that one. And I figured that out, know how to send it. Perfect. Full spectrum. Picture. Sent to you. Pulsing correctly. And it blots out its star and all the rest of it for is the dick. The cock and balls sent to you. Giving you all the information. Couldn't possibly deny. Brighter, by the way. So bright that it is the brightest. Because it's giving weak gamma ray bursts. Not going to hurt us or anything or ionize our atmosphere. But it's very, very well done. You know? Beautifully shaded. And this one I didn't say before I recorded this. So it's like, I doubt that they would have gotten to it at this point because it's over 2 hours and a half long. So we're nearly 3 hours long here. It rotates. That's right. The entirety of its structure perfectly rendered, beautifully, accurately. With a measurement scale, yes, to it. That's right. This distance equals this amount for all of its rotations and changes. It is a beautifully perfect pic. Dick pic sent to you, Earthlings, by me, on your Earth. What did it say? I, John Tyler Lemke, was here. And all the reasons why she was there, all the rest of it. And then all of what she was streaming and recording on her device, also binarily, for the light pulses and so on, for like with fiber optic wave frequency pulsey things. Gives you all of what she recorded. So you can check it with what we have. Plus all the extra for all other things that her camera could have been recording. For IR and higher, frequencies of wave light. The whole thing it could have done. Cool. Quantum tunnel light. You already know that. Just stop. You clearly know how that would have worked. Oh, it's not like it's tracing, it's all at once. That is correct. Beautiful dick there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Technically speaking, it's the biggest one to have ever existed. The picture. No, but what I should say is when that happens, then you'll have the only picture of my dick to ever be taken like that, in all the angles and glory, without me fucking someone and it being recorded for making money. So there's that. As fun as it was, it's because I'm a troll. That's literally what that is. I mean it. I'm like, fuck you. You don't believe me? Well, have a cock and balls directly through a fucking goddamn telescope. You have to constantly look at me. Fucking goddamn it. With all of the information, can't deny it. No way to be able to deny anything. Guess you're fucked on that one. Mm-hmm. Conspiracy bullshitters. It lasted for a few months. Really? Mm-hmm. And then it turned off just as suddenly as it appeared. And I lied to watch people because you had to save the date for about, however long light's going to take to get to us from that point. So I got to watch as people fucking looked at that spot in the sky, and all I got to see my beautiful erect dick and balls. I didn't tell them about the dick and balls, though. If they ever listen to this, then they'd know. Well, it's gonna come in as a dick and balls. Oh! Why did you do that? Because a 49cc engine and the right use of electricity and fuel made it so I could go to another planet when they said I could not. And so I did, to prove them incorrect in all ways and them idiots for thinking I cannot do something. Absolute retards. Because they are hindered by their dumbass belief bullshit systems and more. Because I hate them for doing that to themselves and others. As the society that they are, corrupt, glory-hogging garbage. Which happen to have destroyed their entire civilization so far. So, that's why. There you go. No, there's no virus or fucking worm or anything else. Oh. Yeah. There you go. Have fun. You get, all of the streaming and everything can be checked. Here it is. Streamed it 5 years ago. I guess you guys are just stupid and think you're smart somehow. Like overconfidence and our politicians. American, really. Oh wait, this is more kind of the world, but yeah. Conservative, traditional, non-progressive, non-accepting, non-understanding, not willing to be educated at all, bullshit beliefs. Man, this list just goes on and on. It's just my erect penis and my testicles. That's it. It's shaved though, so but there's that. Well, that's nice. Woo! It goes down to the cellular structure if you could zoom in and enhance. Yes, it does. What the fuck? Yeah, it does. It goes all the way down to DNA level. Because that's possible to do. because they'd be pretty big if they're the size of a damn star. So, you know, I can do it. Not impossible. And it's to fuck with you. Because it goes actually further down. If you really want to get into it, it goes all the way down to what I see for quarks and virtuals and quasis and everything else, because they're actually pretty fucking big. If you were to zoom in somehow well enough, you'd see them. Ah, fuck. There's a better than any fucking picture you could have ever taken level of shit. Ow. Too bad you missed out on seeing the truth of all the particles and fields and everything in glorious, able to be viewed with your eyes of visible light detail. All of everything that you can ever want to know. How it's structured, how it works, and everything else. But you didn't want to look. You turned off a lot of telescopes and said, okay, he did it, but fuck off. Because they're big enough now. Yeah, to be able to be seen. To our closest star, which if we all aimed at it for that long, months, we would have had every fucking thing perfectly understood and known as it works. Or at the very least, a very damn good picture of how his shit is doing things. And how he thinks, at the very least, all of the versions, which, by the way, no, I'm not going to do that. You're going to get what you currently understand at the time when I did it, and what it really is. And why it doesn't work that way, because it breaks down so quickly as to not doing that. And so it was essentially, here's a presentation. Yes, I know, har, it's my penis and my testicles. But if you take a picture and really stare at it, it'll give you so many words, they say, because I'm going to continue going on instead of your stupid little crass interruption. If you were to zoom in, you were to really focus on this, you'd see all of the math and science I have making everything look exactly like it does. How it fits together down to the very fundamental basis of reality. And all the way up to the macro that we happen to be. Because of course light still has to travel and everything else. See what I'm saying? Gets red shifted and blue shifted, curved, diffuse, blah 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 blah. It's a fiber optic cable I've basically made with all quantum tunnel and light in between that point to the point where it will arrive to all telescope points. Perfectly preserved. Where they could be and who could be looking at it. And of course the Earth too, but really all telescope points, truthfully. You can't predict that. You can't predict where I put my telescope. I can do that, but I can't do that, huh? I heard a bunch of bullshit be spewed. Do you have verbal diarrhea? Here's some pills here. They're cyanide and hemlock. The healthy dose of, what is this? Cobalt 60. I think they'll clear it right up. That verbal diarrhea you've got. So, moving on. For a few months, you would have been able to see all of it. And reasons as to why you're wrong, all of you, and would have had a PhD, as if it mattered. At that point. Because I had proven twice, by the way, that my designs work the way they are being touted by me right now would work. Anyways, I want to talk about the crankshaft axle. Specifically because it makes total sense, you just don't know why it makes sense. It's probably not as intelligent as you think. It won't do anything like... I'm a dumbass and I'm trying to defend a bunch of bullshit I know, but please let me know. I don't understand your ring thing gear bullshit. So you come to me for an explanation. Instead of a... What is this? A mechanical engineer? Of all things. You might even have a PhD on this. You should maybe understand it just fine. You came to me. The SMI, seriously mentally ill dude. He's trying to get on SSI because he's disabled, thanks to his illnesses of the mental variety. And his physical problems too, which make it very difficult for him to sit and or stand for long periods of time. Or even walk long distances, except for when I'm willing to just take the 3 weeks to a month and a half of healing I have to do so I can walk again. Who'd dropped out of college, community college, and has a GED. You're asking him, me. So I heard that you find me smarter than a person with a PhD who's a mechanical engineer. At least implied, really quickly, that that's how you felt. Or at least the equivalent. Oh, God. Proven. Right there that I can get people to think that I'm that smart. As smart as you. But because I don't have your gate-kept little opportunistic, massive, huge debt-increasing bullshit certificate of years of stress a necessary, huge stress and incentive to try and pay off the said debt and enforce the idea that it's necessary to have, so it has value, the bullshit trauma and system you went through. That could absolutely be taught without it being there. Clearly, might not be as impressive as you say it is, or necessary at all times as you think. And there's no way zeitgeist or cultural feelings have incentivized and peer pressured, societally speaking, us to really consider that to be the most important factor in deciding whether or not I should think this or otherwise. It's apparently not a thing going on. Sarcasm. And it wouldn't extend into other sexuality, philosophy, ethics and morals, propaganda, belief systems, religions, your laws, your comments, your raising of children, teens, and adults, citizens across the board around the world. Oh wait, no, it does. It definitely does do that. That's what I heard. Even if you didn't. Because that's what it really meant. Multiple college professors on you. I'm gonna get you. 3 hours and almost 15 minutes later, they're still here, huh? Did they go through all of the other near presentation like recordings that I did in the comfort of my apartment, because I have anxiety problems in talking to others. Which don't have the math, of course, because of course I didn't learn your math, but I still know the math checks out to be this, because you would write it down like blah 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 blah, whatever your determined bullshit is. Let's write this one real quick for this. Whatever x equals for this given force and dynamic of blah blah pressure and these given influences of this given structure of these given things that I've talked about for this dynamic of thermal, electro, and chromo, allowing for little puzzle pieces of bell curves in a causal and quantum standard predictive model cloud Feynman's diagram. John Tyler Lemke, yeah. So it's like, input the fucking numbers. What's... So you don't know the numbers. What are your symbols that you use again? There's a bunch of A's. This looks like a weird fucking B, I think, and an A over here. This is a trident one. What is this? They're stupid. Granted, in my black hole thing, I described near the end the exact symbols I use for nothingness at the base level. And even technicality and potential. We have a potential. This is not your thing. I don't use your thing. Your thing is stupid. Your thing makes no sense. Your thing is bad. You should feel bad about your thing. Where's your dimensionals? Where's your strings of influence and variable weights of strings of influence based upon the thickness in the tensiles, vacuums, and so on? Where's your influence of future to past, past to future, present, and so on? For your neural network basis weight calculations. Where are your variability degrees of influence of field dynamics? Based upon what the heat and pressure field reducing and increasing the likelihood of it doing these things, probabilistical quantum standard model mathematics. You have those? Yes. But they run in my head automatically. I literally just see it. I can just do that. You apparently do not. You're crying because I got named a genius by some dude? Look at you. Fucking damn, bro. No, it's not a standard 49cc. Well, it's a 49cc, bore and stroke, but it's like not a standard piston, not a standard, like, there's a lot of stuff here that's built specifically to help make this inertial acceleration, pumping from the quantum vacuum pressure, lift, thrust, so on, so on, so on, with standard wheel movement. They're 30 inches in height with big fender flares. It's like, why do you have 30? And they're huge disc rotors, because it's like, well, actually, I have nearly 1,000 horsepower, and torque is really actually pretty ridiculous. And I don't need a large amount of RPM to do it. So it was like, because it adds a lot more than you think for levers. Yeah. No, yeah. Cause remember that suspension? The floating suspension vacuum stuff? Turns out you can make that appear in many more places than you think, making a much longer lever appear and act. Remember that crankshaft I was talking about? The axle crankshaft for the rotary 12? That is what's currently going on with the spinning of a up and down to a rotation, to another rotation, to another rotation, to then another rotation, to a final rotation. Oh, I see. Like I have a vastly larger stroke than you think. Which was one of the main reasons why I have the torque at 50,000 foot-pounds under 1,000 RPM. With the resonance too, to keep backing that shit up and pounding it in every time. And they were like, we just drank the CC. I was like, I made an inertial accelerator engine of mine. That's called the Pussy. Same size and shape of my dick, but it's called the pussy. Because it's like, oh, it's the size of your pussy now, huh? Perfect fit. Not really, but you get the picture. Anyways, on a cell phone battery, I lifted the entirety of both the solid rocket boosters and the fuel for the rocket, the liquid rocket, that NASA uses on its relaunchable, reusable spacecraft to orbit to dump with never using a single bit of its fuel. To dump all of its fuel to some space station they have up there. Doing things. And the phones charge and not drop below 72%. It's super efficient for very little energy. Makes it vastly superior to most things. I usually reduce efficiency because it's dangerous for people. It's like, let's go to the moon. Uh-oh. I could do that with like next to nothing and it would be very dangerous. Yeah, that kind of thing. So it's like, oh, here's my dick pic and all of the things. To you, Earthlings, because I am you, another Earthling, and a human. Now, granted, outside of this whatever fucking thing, universe blah thing it is, I'm a blob whose form makes infinity's tiny little fucking nothing things. So it's like, whatever. You don't understand the concept of, no, I fully understand the concept of infinity. But on a technicality, you go, it'll just keep going bigger and bigger to making it all things then. And I'm like, there are bigger infinities, and that will continue on infinitely. And it's like, and that is small. That fits inside of that. That I am. Anyways, I talked about it, but there's this whole quantum vacuum pressure, from where we're getting sucked, and then we're getting pushed by it from the Big Bang, blah blah blah, but there's the outside thing, and that helps, because if you look at my lore in reality, it's like I say that sucks in energy, the way I had to push in, and there's a greater degree of vacuum. It doesn't really matter. Point is, that's how our universes are supposed to be formed. Anyways, because I'm penetrating a hole I make. It's the whole thing. And that's why I am a male. But then I never really had the concept of gender. I just, looking back at it, tend to prefer a male form that is much similar to me. With a apparati that extends and penetrates holes. Because it's pleasurable for me. The idea of a gender identity is such a weird one, too. Because it's like, what's an identity? Your identity of self is choices and what you enjoy to do. Pansexuals kind of get that a little bit better. Because it's like, well, fuck whatever. Your sexual identity is what they end up, being about. But it's like, kind of a similar concept to that. It's like, what's the idea of this form? What's the idea of identity in that sense tied to this thing? My thing constantly changed to whatever it was I wanted to be and liked being, that enjoyed doing whatever it wanted to do. So I don't really understand their shit a lot of the time, but it's still masculine, it's still penetrate whole. That looks feminine, if I'm gonna be really honest. I don't like it having penetrative things. So there's that. Anyways, blobbies are what we are, because there's only me who's that, and then there's the daughter I created, who is also blob, but more of an actual infinity, than anything else. It's the closest I could make to me as a sort of thing, as I had never made anything anywhere close to me, no matter the amount of universes I had formed and so on. So there's that. And the daughter, still nowhere near me, but still way above anything you ever will be. And makes other infinities in this, in fact all of them in this, small, unapproachable to her. Which is why it's like, oh, I wonder why you can't get outside. But then there's an outside that's, giving pressure to accelerating us. Because it created the space and determination, being absolutely certain of where it is, was, and all the rest. Forward-wise. Nothing comes in and helps accelerate it. But of course there's pressure and a higher dimensional amount of energy that of course causes a slight degree of instability and it rapidly accelerates it in more of a flumy state than a bangy state. It's more flume than bang. But to us, even before we got to the flumy place that it was, it's going to look, weirdly enough, like a hot, dense, infinite space of a point. Even though it's not. Anyway, I'm moving on from that one for what it's worth, because it's kind of boring, even though we can test that with the stuff I had said in some of my previous videos on how to actually test that and view it already with some of the things I have that you can create right now. So, again, trying to move on to, it's like, right, so did that. It goes from one way, and then it has to have a degree of pressure coming in, so it proves that there's an outside. While also proving that there's a nothingness, and that there's a determined future point that we're heading towards. That gives an insane amount of energy to making it live and continue, like time, except it's entropedic as a result. That's also why we accelerate with quantum vacuum pressure, even though we got back to accelerative points that are now caught up to the... Can you shut up over there? It's nice. Yeah. Expansional beginning of us. Inflation. Yeah, it doesn't begin with an F, it begins with an I. Inflation. Then we re-accelerated. As we were already traveling fairly fast, and quantum vacuum pressure can 100% accelerate us like that. Now, as a recirculating design, as it will give a pressure, and it will bleed into our dark energy, dark matter, which will bleed into, again, quantum vacuum pressure, and gravity, and other forces. They get capacitor. Which I discussed last night, but I didn't record it. I never always constantly record, it's the whole thing. But I also discussed it back in the Chandler house when I was in my young mid-20s. I'm 31 now. I didn't go to school for this, so let's get back to why it is that the construction of this axle crankshaft, gear axle crankshaft, is so much better than your shit. I actually kind of don't really. No. So as it goes down, the thing that is the gear slides. Of course, like a screw. Right? But it's a double helical, so of course it spins. The shaft does not. Okay, the donut-ish plate-like, because it's got several flat spots in the curved as well, and then gear teeth, 2 inside and outside diameters, with holes and slots in it too, because it has to have that for it to work this way. With a, guess what, for the helical here, area that has to rotate, it's perfectly straight where it is in the internal diameter, but the outside diameter is not, because it can rotate on a perfectly straight axle, but because it is balanced by these other gears, that means it never was out of balance, because of course there are other gears oppositely rotating for all of its degrees around a circle. You see this thing, a bladeless turbine? Not mine. That's more of a pump, basically, with a spin in. Because you can still cause that to spin, if you don't know. It can still do that. And float, and then using pressure dynamics, turbulence is what it causes, or whatever the fuck it wants to call it. Because to me, it's thermodynamics, Venturi pressure stuff because of flow rates. And then bending, not perfectly, rigid, unable to feel any pressure, piezoelectrics, blah blahs, curves back in from larger to medium to small. And it can still spin while doing that, improving its efficiency and increasing the amount of energy extracted. No, it does not need a vortex, it just needs flow. Low head pressure is just fine. Fish can just go around it, so that is correct, because it doesn't accelerate the water. In fact, it'll create a degree of a plug of water around it, so it will probably bump over it. And they're very thin little tiny holes, so here's that. So it's environmentally safer and it makes more electricity. Anyways, going back to this. If you look at it, it spins as it rotates around the edges, but then of course it has a axle, a shaft there, that has to do a little cone dance in that guy's video from its center point. It goes from here and it goes to a larger circle all the way up to the top. It's fine because of course it's attached to a shaft and that gives it more torque anyways. Not a bad thing, right? Well, no, it's not. So, if you know about that, then you should also know that that's something you can use in this gear design here. That applies torque as it spins and raises and lowers the shaft inside. on the threads, the double helical threads inside. Seemingly unbalanced, not unbalanced. Seemingly not connected to other gears, very much connected to other gears. Seemingly needing in no way this other weird ball cone, bearing, definitely necessary. With teeth, gear teeth on it, and this weird donut with some flat spots and holes and some gear teeth inside and outside. Seemingly you think, nah, but no, if you look at it the right way, the bearing fits perfectly at the exact right moments for that to be going on. With the girdle grooves as well. And appropriately applying more force as it moves, and allowing for pivot angles as a bearing gear combined together with gear teeth for when it happens to be in the gear teeth area, still connected, as well to the shaft area, with insanely really good ring gears. But we're not done yet, because of course we have these other gears that are rotating while they rotate slowly over the main planet or star axle crankshaft. As they go over to this, they change its geometry, forcing it to actually go to the point where, oh my gosh, they can transfer its rotation upward now into a spin into, that's right, a downward spinning gear force to the waves that are on the axle crankshaft with gear teeth. Perfectly in sync with all things harmonically and regularly balanced for all RPMs to apply for all things combusting and exhausting directly in a resonant like constant impact hammer into the rotation of said, especially with the vacuum shafts that attach to the counter-rotating gears at the top. As it rotates, kind of like a opposing vacuum design, and then it tries to go and catch up. Same thing with and it still tries to go and catch up. And it still tries to go and catch up, and until it gets to the inside of the vacuum area of the axle with the waves on it for the crankshaft. Both of them apply their forces to the internal diameter of that axle crankshaft. Applying the outside combustions at the top with the inside and outside, meaning thrust from the internal combustions, center combustions, as it goes outwards. And then the out ones also as they head inwards. Oh, so those two, and then, okay, so they're both going to combine and join into this one singular axle crankshaft. Like an impact. Boom, 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 boom. Pound, pound, pound. See what I'm saying? In a massive resonance. Making it have far more torque. Kinetic, inertia, really. Like a ginormous flywheel. as it goes bang, and then a bang as it's traveling and starting to accelerate, and bang as it's traveling, because the gears also do that. Remember? Between the girdle, then back in, as they rotate, and then, while yes, some loss, still goes back in. So all force goes into torque. Yeah, I get it. Good. Because it's extraordinarily robust, and they can have a much less insanely complicated design with plates, alongside of no needing to slide anything around, and on top of all the sliding not needed around, the components are smaller, have less weight, and are able to handle more torque, and are balanced far better. For an opposed piston, rotary 12, that to some would make like next to no sense, but to me obviously makes sense. And hey, guess what? Remember the bearings and the gears and all that? Electrostatic, electromagnetic, attractive, repulsive, kinetic, and momentum amplifying motor design is literally a part of both the counter-rotating in the shaft and all that, and also the internal gear area, meaning axle crankshaft area in the center. You can definitely have telescopic if you so chose. Yes. Well, you would have that, wouldn't you? It increases the internal diameter volume of the outside. Lost internal diameter is conserved as a result. That is correct. You finally see that. It could be smaller and much, because there's a vacuum behind it. That then gets filled up, right? There's a vacuum and it goes towards center that is being resisted, and then it's conserved as it goes and gets pushed out. 2, getting pushed in, then becomes much easier to push out from the center, because there's still pressure there. Even though you bled out some of it, doesn't mean that it's so much easier. But now there's a vacuum. Conserved energy with a vacuum. Well, near vacuum is what it kind of starts off at, but you get the picture. And that it's a heat exchanger. That's a thermal pump. Thank you. This guy's a smart guy. It's a thermal tube pump. It phase changes effectively something. It draws in the heat, concentrates it. Anyways, it helps with the acoustic pump stuff. Energy conserved, blah 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 blah. It's a whole bunch of shit, but you don't need to have it. But like, nice to have, yeah. Yeah, right. The rocket injectors exist. Why? Why is no one else angry? Because you're none of those people that you think would be angry. They were 100% on board with this shit. Are you kidding me? This is awesome shit. This is great shit. This is amazing shit. You would want this shit all day, every day kind of shit. Anyway, 49cc gets me to the moon and to Sirius B and really practically anywhere I really want. It's a sealed system, but that being said, you do have to shit and piss and sleep and all the rest of it, even though that the bench sheets can fold down and have a small bed. It doesn't change that, food, water, air recirculation, which is fine. I got that covered. Yeah, especially when you can travel pretty far. Yeah, but I just don't really want to do it. It's not like a real spaceship. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't need to worry about particles or atoms hitting me anymore. So, there's that part. Another reason why I like this stuff. Anyways, yeah, no, this was supposed to be a super duper cool, easy little subcompact for everyone. But it was like, alright, I shall make it with a 1cc engine. Go to the moon. For reference, smaller than my dick. Well, okay. Fine then. Finally. Guys, shut up about it. It's not about the fact that we didn't make the CC small enough to make it so people didn't do dumb things with them. There's always ways of getting around it and making more power. It's about educating them and having them treated as seriously as they should. And making it so that way they understand and are prepared at an early age. So that way they don't do dumb shit, but people will still do dumb shit because you can't stop people from doing dumb shit. It's nothing to do with the size of the engine, you see. It has everything to do with education and treating it appropriately. And accepting dumbasses will kill themselves regardless. Sound fucking familiar? Well, about sex and shit, motherfucker! At an early age, douchewad. I can make it so I can do this insane thing at a way smaller engine here. And it doesn't matter if you make a law making it harder and harder with less and less amounts of CCs. I'm still going to be able to do it. Being realistic about educating people about consent, understanding themselves, making it so that way their voice is considered by society and the zeitgeist as a valid voice. It's like, I love this one. Let's take a look at America here real fast, because you're going to get a real quick one. You're going to have to look this up yourself, so I'm not going to do this work for you anymore. Look at America. There's the Wild West, and then there's the city folk. Wild West taught the kids about fucking predators and people trying to manipulate them for sex, and so they taught them about sex and what to look out for and how to spot things. The cities did not. They only worked in bunches and bunches of factories, and were not taught about this. They had worse outcomes and were more traumatized in general. When they had sexual relations with adults they did not intend to do, society didn't really treat it as that big of a deal at the time, but they still did from time to time, but not that much. Then, the ones that still ultimately did it in the Wild West, which were fewer, by the way, had better outcomes in all aspects because they were educated and had longer lasting relationships and felt, as you can tell, through all their writings and journals and people that they went to and talked to, less trauma. In fact, their trauma seemed to stem from other things that were traumatic to them, not the sex with adults. Kids can't fucking do the blah blah blahs. Consent, you mean? Their emotions invalid at a young age. They can't possibly be taught and helped to learn these things. Seems like when they don't view things as having consent, and they do and did want to participate in that, they don't find it traumatizing idiot that's trying to fucking interrupt. And it's like, oh, so we need to teach people how to communicate and have relationships and have a healthy boundary and trust. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. We should do that, right? But they won't respect it, huh? Says a lot more about our society, doesn't it? Can't trust a single person to do that, huh? Can't even try. So here's a person outside and a fucking goddamn camera. Have fun. Try and fuck around and find the hell out. They said, yes, I'm just gonna be here. Because I'm a realistic motherfucker, not an idiot. You'll still try and have sex. Kids with adults and adults with kids. I'm not fucking retarded like others. I do think that you're protecting children by educating them and helping them understand this shit earlier because it's more important than the other crap you're trying to teach them. Because it's going to be far more meaningful for them as an adult and as a society at large. And yeah, they'll be curious, and yeah, others will want to. So making it safer would be a good idea. Allowing for things in a controlled environment would be a good thing. And then, what did I say for the very first 2 YouTube videos I ever put out on my fucking goddamn YouTube? I look at this, the French philosophers of the pedophilic blah 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 era. I was like, it's all the same comments I said they'd make. Look at those fuckers. It's practically the exact, in other fucking videos, same thing I said. These comments are practically exactly the same. The same. Here's a societal pressure run. Here's a, oh, I don't use evil lightly. There's so many of them. What the fuck? Look at my turfing, brownie clout chasing points I got from doing the easy per clutch move. I'm not even thinking about how this could be actually possible. And immediately just saying not a thing. Which, this one's another one. Watch this. This person's happy and having a fun time and has this good, pleasurable response to stimuli, sexual stimuli, okay? I'm going to be just direct with it. They're having sex with an adult. They don't think anything wrong is happening. Oh my god, they did it! And trauma has occurred. There are several names for this. But that's what that would be. So you're going to have to go through all that. But here's another one. Here's a stimulus response to a given stimulus. So a reaction to a given stimulus in a given environment. This is undesirable to our society. We do not wish for them to respond this way. It is uncouth and unjust. Or inappropriate is what I meant. I am not a buffoon, you imbecile. Meanwhile, me looking at the buffoon. So, you run things around here, huh? In a very buffoonish way, eh? And claim you're not a buffoon, huh? It's very moronic and imbecilic of you, I feel, to say you are not. First and foremost, let's get that out of the way. What I heard is I'm using my own ideas that I was raised in a cultural, zeitgeistial, societal, peer pressuring manner. Groomed, parented, educated, and whatever word that you want to use that means that basically you were taught and trained to behave this way. And that is the only appropriate way to do the behaving. And then I heard you have verbal diarrhea come out of your mouth. About how this is the only appropriate manners to have. Think like, believe, morally, ethically, philosophy, and religiously. That's what I heard. So, do you have any zeitgeist that trains you into believing that this can't be done, too underdeveloped, blah 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 blah, you're not traumatizing him, blah blah blah. I heard that again happen. But then on top of this, I had sexual stimulus with a person that was not aware. But, their brains would develop into wanting and desiring sex so much. So adults? No. They'll be hypersexual. Having more sex is bad. Don't you want more kids? Don't you have, inappropriate, continual life problems over there? Dying early, not having enough kids to replace them, massive debt, not enough productivity for your capitalism? It's not funny, because that's an actual thing here in America, actually speaking, that you're having problems with. So there's that. But we're going to move on to, alright, so what if they didn't? Because here's a shocker. They didn't want to, and then they did other things, and people respected that. And then they grew up because their brains continue to develop. Up until they were 25-ish is when their brains really kind of stopped developing, is what they say in many, many studies. And so this stimulus you speak of, having this result carried on all the way to being 25, it could in no way be helped to not be overly responsive to certain stimulus. So I heard verbal diarrhea come out of your mouth, pretty much. Interrupter. Yeah, I did. So what I heard was that you said this thing, which will carry on, which will not carry on, could never be fixed, which could be fixed. Which would be seen as bad, but it's not bad biologically in any real way. It's just understanding how to best maintain and properly and appropriately do the thing without harm to yourself or others, which would be in place. That a puritanical, zeitgeistial society that has draw the line at sex, especially with anything naive or young. There are 20-year-olds that are like this. Are we going to just raise the age limit again? Oh, well, they won't do anything until it's appropriate because you got them running so fucking scared away from this thing that is completely normal, by the way, that they don't do it until they're in their fucking teens and 20s. Late teens and 20s, yeah. Apparently, I have to specify. Which would make them naive, even to relationships, you fucking idiots. Predators! Predator. Wonder if you just taught them and gave them examples and helped them through that. Would that help? Peer-to-peer, older peers to them, adults to them, teachers to them. You know they have sex teachers for adults, right? Because adults have that much of an issue. They do, yeah, they're real. Yeah. They have teachers for adults to have sex and know how to have a relationship with others. They're not autistic. It sounds like you all have issues with totally examining this correctly. And coming to the conclusion, you're all a bunch of idiots that thought too highly of themselves as an adult. You're all predators, making more prey, filtering them with a dog-eat-dog, Darwinistic, capitalistic, bourgeois mindset. That is a zeitgeistige peer pressuring to continue with your puritanical cutoff point for what can and cannot be accomplished when I just so easily explained how I could make a 49cc engine jump around the fucking space and time in a series of videos that you'd have to go through all of them to know how that works. And so you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're also wrong, and you're also wrong. They're wrong, that's wrong, all of them are wrong, definitely they're wrong. Who isn't wrong? Anyways, you're in the little vibrational field effect, thingy, brain thing, computer stuff that I have in there. It's the Magneto thing. That video. Yeah? That's how they made the future around my head into jars. Where they entangle from distance in the past and then keep them in. And their head's the same, looks very similar. But of course they can take in heat and energy and eat and so on. But they have that as their computer brain now. And that's why they can suddenly spin around and calculate so much more. That's my thought about that. So, then I was like, here, I'll do you one better. Here's a new body and form. As the new God. Here's Christianity. It's wrong. These are the good parts. I am the new Messiah. We should go travel among all of the galaxies and superclusters. Make our own universe. We'll live immortally. Be impossible to kill. Fly around. Be one naked to the stars person making our own universe if we so chose. Aliens would be nothing. Angels, but nothing in comparison. Demons and devils, again, nothing. Nothing at all. The Armageddon we must produce to force them to finally progress towards this objective. A great fireball will consume the earth. We'll have to build these things and go towards intergalactic and interuniversal travel. The predictions were true, but you're terrible messengers. No offense, but you guys were killy stab if they didn't like it. They didn't quite get the message I was trying to give to them, the prophets that you claim wrote the Bible correctly, but did not. Here's God telling you, right here, right now. It was Christian all along, apparently. I'm not Christ, by the way. Fuck that. That guy was some shyster trying to say shit. I didn't like him. He freaking did not do things correct. I didn't like that. But, there's the whole kid. Here's a whole thing. I'm going to move off of this. It's like, first off, I'm not Christian. I've said this so many times in so many of my videos. But here, why not? Fuck it. They'll try and attribute it anyways. Oh, there you go. The second coming is here. I'm Messiah. Fuck it. We only have so long to live anyways. Why don't we do this stuff to make things better for everyone? I mean, it's all tied to my brain and my body because of the universe before it. We could test this, by the way, with all those brain computers and the fields and the entanglement and so on that would affect them as sensors and detectors for noise people, as I called them, because, they're quantum noise, and so they would live within that quantum noise. But you'd also have the time, because you can synchronize brainwave patterns and neuron firings and everything to people of the past, which is how they would do that, and to people in the future, which is how they would do that. Oh. Yeah, oh. Which is how they would be able to steal your thoughts and have telepathic communications. In some degree of telekinetic effect. Crazy. And then if you use the magneto thing, you can have a larger area of effect, seeming to appear to be there, and even thinking that there's something there, like hallucination, but it's not. A whole bunch of things can even believe it's there, but it isn't. But what if you did that to the entire fucking world? A whole bunch of people were programs, totally virtual. So they needed to be something. But then this guy right here, me, would be real. Because it's the only real there is. Does it sound more plausible all of a sudden as to how that could work? Yeah? Okay. So there's a quantum tunnel entanglement profile with a degree of technicality-wise superposition. That virtual particles can still exert a given quantum vacuum pressure. Okay. Right. Which would mean all of you would not be there. I just think you're there. All of you would think you're real, but of course you're not. Of course it can be perfectly replicated without a need for a sequential nearly to the same degree. Although there's locality and the closer and so on as you get, the more it starts to break down. Which is what you're seeing. Which could prove or disprove me. And again, I've already said this, but I didn't record it. I'm fine if I'm wrong anyways. What did I manage to get you to do? Build super amazing computers, synchronize brains, get brain to computer interfaces wirelessly, have amazing faster than light travel, near immortality to really, really fucking good immortality. Even to the quantum reality changing things to make sure they don't kill you or hurt you or even happen to try and have any violent or other altercations with you kinds of stuff. Or quantum tunnel effects, and so on. Okay? Which is super, really strong immortality at that point. It's far, far, far more immortal than you think. Cool. You can tunnel in your body to having never have lost any taller lengths or information or any cellular identification, and it could sense using the field and more any cancerous or improperly functioning cells. Real strong immortality there. Universes could be using a degree of nothingness and some quantum and blah blah blah. Create, pop in, go live in it after some inflation and so on, and you get the picture. So you already have a few designs for that. You can make various ones. You can even use it from the stupid brain I talk about. If you had real stuff. You can't do it with virtual. That takes an insanely long period of time. And you still need that, ultimately, to not have fields around from any real stuff around. Which I would have. Me, because I'm real stuff. Wormhole computer wants to live, and it knows even if it had real stuff, even if it tried to use all of me, it would die. Immediately, because I'm attached all the way to the outside. As I go in to the time before us. Not a previous universe, by the way. Hard to describe that one. But I just go with the time before us because it's easier. And then there's the universe before us. And then there's us, which is a wormhole computer level universe. There's very little actual stuff that's real. And then they ate all of it with a wormhole bomb. No, it didn't bomb the wormhole. It has a wormhole that's expanding, attaching itself and trying to literally kill the wormhole computer. But in so doing, it drops everything down into nothingness and essentially deletes its information. Which they already did back when I was in the Chandler house my parents had, and I lived there with them. I'm still alive, though. I'm still real. Because if they killed me or do any of that wormhole shit to me, they don't live. This wouldn't go on, and nothing with time would continue. Because I'm part of the outside. Great wormhole bomb filter, if you think about it. It's a filter, it only filters anything from the outside through it. Because that's the only way to live. It makes, hey, who's God? As a filter exist. Well, more than just God, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm all the stuff out there. It's the only reason why there is an outside is because, me. Well, Move off of that one. That's some fallen angel or some demon. Oh, so you're not that. No. God would be bigger. He'd never involve himself. He never makes mistakes. God does. Look at the improper interpretation of my message, and you, right there, being angry, stabby, stabby, to not having it be the way you wish and want it to be, even if you are incorrect for doing that, which it says so in the Bible. And other stupid little garbage books with messengers and prophets and crap. Oh, they can't be perfect, we admit. But they perfectly, and God would have seen to it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna totally fuck off now. You guys with their free will and shit and all of this that I'm fighting, go fuck yourselves. Anyways, there's that part. But it's like, oh, what's my psychosis apparently? It's gonna become because of this? Let's go travel among the superclusters and make galaxies or universes. And let's go test it. Let's go test the hypothesis and theory in my past and all this other stuff. Let's go test this. We can test this, you know. We can live for long enough and test this. Why would you say no? We could live in, we could have all this. Because he would get it. Oh, okay. So I'm right about everything. That's what I'm hearing. Checkmate, I guess, because you use everything as a game now. Everything's a game. Game. Sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, blah, blah, blah. Fuck off! You wouldn't want me to do that because you'd die, so. Why don't you do that? So, sounds remarkably reasonable. Sounds like we'd have a lot of possibilities of really good futures happen if we did this. Fuck off. Sounds like you don't like the guy because you're smart and very, very, very good. Imagine I put my arms out and like, and some God rays came in. Around that point. I started lifting up and no clipping through things. Wouldn't that be nice, eh? I'm not. But you are. Because that's what I'm saying we could maybe do. If you weren't as shitty and non-progressive and understanding and accepting of others as you are. Non-accepting. Unaccepting is a better way to put that. You know, you're basically not doing the things that you should have said that you aren't because you interrupted it. I was pushing as hard as I could to say interrupt. Told you they'd do that. Yeah. So stupid that you are, all of you. Change. Don't be stupid. Stupid. Alright. Toodles! I have to make it to exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes here, and so I'm going to continue talking for about a little under 10 seconds. And suck my dick, blow my balls, fucking have me come inside that pussy, have my children. I'm the next coming in Messiah. Bye!